Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
I have no items at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 814 on select file. When the legislature left, a series of amendments had been adopted, pending with Senator Conrad's amendment AM 1671.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I've always wanted to say this for the record. I'm not sure what that means, but a lot of people say for the record. I think everything we say is on the record, but that must be some kind of special thing. So for the record. For the record, I want to tell you that the lights in the south parking lot may be fixed today or tomorrow. So now all I got to do is work on the lights in here. So we're making progress. I like it. Okay. Do you like that, Carol? Yes. Okay. So let's talk about this amendment. So this amendment, this bill that this amendment arrived from was heard by the executive board. The executive board, as Senator Linehan had alluded to, when you're in a committee, you get all the information. And I would conclude that they probably received significant amount more information than we have here on the floor. They did not make a decision to advance this bill. They did not see it necessary enough to have an executive meeting to advance it. We're already doing a study. Senator McKinney asked us to do a study on the prisons to make sure we're building it to our needs. And I'm not so sure that we need another study to do other things that are very similar. So because the executive board did not advance this bill, and they had the information, and they sure could have, they did not. So I will not be supporting AM 1671, and I would encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise in support of AM 1671, and I guess that's for the record as well. And Senator Erdman, I think people say it sort of like, I don't know what the word is, but just a statement that people say kind of like or like or something like that. I'm not exactly sure why they do it, but that's a good point. Everything we say here is for the record. But sometimes I think people just like, I'm going to say this and I want you to know that I'm saying it because I just feel like I have to say it, not because it's something I really want to say. But I would point out for the record that Senator Erdman promised the lights in the parking lot will be changed. It was May 10th at 1:11. So if it doesn't happen, check the record and hold Senator Erdman accountable for that. So see, yeah, people appreciate the record. I would also point out last night when I was speaking about digital court, and we lost power and the recording cut out, and we literally I couldn't keep talking. They told me I had to stop because it was not for the record. So I wasn't allowed to speak because I wasn't speaking for the record. So Senator Erdman's point is correct. So I rise in support of this amendment. One of the bills, it's basically two bills. One of them, I don't know whose bill was, but the other one was one of my bills that went to the exec board, had a hearing, and Senator Erdman's correct. They didn't exec on it or move it, but I didn't ask them to. And the way this came about was last week we were having a conversation about the fact that we're building a new prison. We had a lot of conversations about information we'd like to know, building a new prison, what type of criminal justice reform we need to engage in conjunction with building a new prison so that we don't have to build another new prison. And so that's why this amendment got brought forward, is in that context of we were talking about something that we hadn't been talking about, that wasn't part of the conversation in the committee hearing, but we were talking about things that may be complementary to the budget, which will help us going forward. And in those off the microphone conversations, the idea to bring this bill forward as an amendment to help improve the budget as we consider building a new prison and to alleviate the concerns about the necessity to build yet another new prison after that. That's where this bill comes from. The other part about that's not my bill. The other money for another inspector general obviously is logically tied to the conversation around building a new prison. If we're going to have more prisons, we may need more people we're going to need more prison guards, more staff. So logically, we need more people in the inspector general's office to keep an eye on that and to look for these bad acts or mistakes or inappropriate conduct, as we had the article that Senator Duncan talked about. I know Senator Hunt talked about it last week. That was only discovered, that incident with the man being shot 200 times with the pellets, I think, was only discovered because the inspector general had was there and observed it. So it's a good example of why we need more people in that office if we're going to expand the number of prisons we have. So those are the reasons this is a little bit different than the fact that they just weren't reported out. You have to look at everything in context together. Those of us who are not on the Appropriations Committee didn't know that the Appropriations Committee was going to be funding a prison until we got to see that they had funded it. So now with that broader context, there is this idea that it is necessary, more necessary than it was before, to adopt these two particular ideas. So I wanted to talk a little bit, I'm probably going to run out of time, but I will start talking about the hearing that was had on the bill about the study.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through UNO. So, we had CJI came the last 2 years, met with all these people, did a very robust analysis, and gave us some suggestions. And this is a similar idea, but basically on a smaller but ongoing basis, where we are continuing to analyze things as we go. And I will just quickly point out, in that hearing, Senator Slama pointed out one of her concerns was that we need to study the potentiality of changes in statute that would increase crime. And of course, the professor who was there that may administer this program said that was a good point, and that is certainly something they would be able to do. But I will push my light, and I can talk about it more when I get back on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Here with this amendment, we have a combination really of a couple things that came before the executive board at one point. The first is a request for an appropriation for additional dollars for the Office of Public Guardian for an added staff member. And I do note that in the preliminary budget request from last fall, the previous executive board, of which I wasn't a member, requested funding to the tune of close to $300,000 for 3 new positions in the Office of Public Counsel. It's also my understanding the Appropriations Committee chose not to address this request in its budget, and I really question whether now is the time to try to resurrect something the committee wasn't interested in, the Appropriation Committee. But I also note there are available reappropriated funds that probably could be used to undertake this staffing if that was deemed prudent. So really, I don't think that this amendment is necessary to provide funds for that endeavor. But it's also my understanding that we're probably talking about a new position, a new slot here that we as the executive board likely would have to approve. Then, of course, the other issue is the one of a correctional forecasting tool at a cost of $150,000 to $200,000 a year. And as Senator Kavanaugh mentioned and others have mentioned, we heard that bill or something very similar to it in LB 713, I believe, that was introduced by Senator Kavanaugh. And Senator Kavanaugh made a nice case for this proposal, but there were some concerns raised at the hearing. Some questioned whether this data perhaps was already available. Others questioned about the potential impact on recidivism and public safety, which the current language in the amendment I don't think addresses. So we didn't act on it, and there wasn't a priority designation for this bill, and I don't recall any request to even exec on the proposal. So we didn't really discuss it as a committee in an executive session. And I guess at this point, I don't think this is the time or the place to resurrect that idea either and hash out some of these policy considerations on a hearing or on debate of a budget bill here. So I guess I'm going to oppose the amendment at this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And colleagues, just wanted to provide a few counterpoints in regards to the record and then also give everybody an update. We had a lot of very productive conversations over the lunch hour to respond to Senator Linehan's very thoughtful, legitimate questions to ensure that we aren't providing funds or studies or data that is redundant in nature across the Planning Committee or what's happening in corrections or with the measures that Senator McKinney has brought forward. I do believe that these are separate and distinguishable from those other efforts for a host of reasons. But I do appreciate her thoughtful consideration in that regard and just wanted to circle back on that too. I also briefly had a chance to touch base with other stakeholders, and while of course no commitments, I do think that we have the ability through other vehicles in regards to existing budgetary parameters for the Legislative Council to continue the conversation outside of this amendment. So I'm probably going to pull it without taking it to a vote because I think we'll be able to achieve the same ends through different means. I do know that Senator Kavanaugh wants a chance to visit a little bit more about the substance in regards to the measure that he brought forward that is very close, but not identical to the measure before you. And to that procedural point, just wanted to point out to my friend Senator Erdman that actually that's a very inconsistent approach to governance in terms of even his votes this morning. So if you look at Senator Hughes's proposal or Senator Wayne's proposal that we adopted with widespread support just a few moments ago before we broke for lunch, those measures were referenced to the Health and Human Services Committee and the Government Committee respectively. They were not part of the budget, yet they were added on the budget just this morning. So the measure that Senator Kavanaugh has pending before the Executive Board would work in essentially the same manner. Also, it's distinguishable from the measure that Senator John Kavanaugh has before the Executive Board because that is a kind of a directive to the Executive Board and the Legislative Council for how to carry out the data and study piece. My measure, while based and very similar to that idea, is a direct appropriation to the university. So it's distinguishable in that regard as well. I really appreciate the conversation this morning and would return the balance of my time to the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Conrad. And I appreciate Senator Breezy's comments, and he's correct. I didn't ask exec board to exec on my bill, and he was right on about it didn't have a priority designation, which was one of the reasons I didn't ask for an exec, is didn't have a vehicle to move forward. And admittedly, I wasn't expecting this bill to be moving either at this point. And part of that reason, as I explained, the reason it's here now is because of this broader conversation about what else we need to do if we're going to build a prison. So this is part of a broader narrative conversation, what information we would want going forward would be useful for us as we build this prison. We had a very robust conversation last week about capacity, classification studies, what type of prison we'd need to build and those sorts of things. And this is another piece of that, which is the study would be to look at bills like a fiscal note, but to look at them to say what the impact on our prison population would be. And I kind of started talking about in that hearing, Senator Slama raised that issue that Senator Breezy just alluded to as well, which was the concern that it wouldn't analyze the potential increase in crime of changes or recidivism and things like that. And after you have a hearing, of course, and you're not sure whether you're going to prioritize a bill or what you're going to do about it, you do try to make some adjustments to see how you could address the concerns raised in the hearing. Did have conversations with some of the folks, the professor, the stakeholders outside of the body about whether that would be possible to address those concerns. Looked at the bill itself, and the language is not in conflict with those concerns, and trying to determine whether or not we could both look at impact on population and effect of bills, that changes in our criminal code on our prison population, as well as the impact on increases in crime and those things. And it was, I think, determined that the bill would allow if we went to UNO for this study, they would be able to give us information on both of those things. So we didn't make a particular change. Like Senator Conrad said, her amendment's not exactly the same as my bill was, but at least the concept of my bill was not in conflict with identifying that information and getting that information going forward. So we would be able to get, if we did choose to go forward with this path, the reasoning would be, it would give us, I'm not talking about the added OIG person, that would be a very nice addition as well, but the study would give us more information when we're passing any criminal justice type bills about what the effect's going to be. We had a very robust conversation last year about 920 when it came to just objective metrics for how that would affect our prisons based off of CJI. This would allow us to have those type of conversations about every bill every year going forward. And that's why this is a really interesting and be fruitful idea. This is an investment. We maybe spend money, but we get information that allows us to save money in the long run. But that's the reason for this sort of idea. In this conversation, why it's coming up right now, I did want to just briefly talk about the hearing. So we had a professor from UNO came, spoke to the exec board, and talked about how it would be more efficient to have this set up because they would it'd be in relationship with our Department of Corrections, our courts, our probation.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then they would be able, and parole, then they'd be able to have understanding of what information is available, and they wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So they wouldn't have to they would have this flow of information. They'd be able to provide estimates in terms of new legislation that might be passed, and to say how those legislation would impact inflows and outflows of individuals in our carceral system. So it's like I said, it's an investment. We'd have to put out some money, but it would create efficiencies that would save us money in terms of gaining access to this information, but also giving us information that we can use to make informed decisions that ultimately down the road is how we get to a place where we aren't going to have to build yet another new prison. So we're talking about building a new prison right now. We're trying to get to a position where we're not going to have to build another new prison as soon as that one's done. And this is one of the things that we could do that would help us to ensure that we don't have to build another one. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Duncan would like to introduce a guest. His mother, Sharon Fain, is underneath the south balcony, and today is Sharon's birthday. So please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I stand in support of the amendment and definitely in support of the underlying bill. With that, I just want to remind those of you that were here in 2018 about LB 841. I remember that bill because that was our big corrections bill that year where we all got together and tried to address the many, many issues that the corrections department has had for decades. My portion of it was LB 692. And what it did is it instructed the Department of Corrections to begin a department-wide staffing analysis. And they were to report back to us every 2 years about any staffing issues they had. But that was just a very small part of that bill. And one of the concerns that I have, Senator Conrad, is that some of the things that we're talking about that we want UNO to do, they want the university system to do for us, we have implemented. But The issue is the Department of Corrections doesn't take it seriously. I know that when our first staffing analysis was due, I asked if I could get a copy of it, and somebody, and I'm not sure who, gave them permission to go past the deadline of when it was due to the legislature, because allegedly they didn't have time to get it all together in that window of time between us passing the bill and December at the end of that year. So the concern that I have is that we can continue to do research, and well, we should. And we should fund research and have people that know what the heck they're doing complete this research. But we continue to pass bills to eat away at this mess. But until it is taken seriously by the Department of Corrections, it won't matter what we do, because we keep letting them off the hook. So my concern is, first of all, are we doing any duplication when it comes to LB 841? And I just encourage you to look through some of the things we accomplished. And I know that some of those very bills that were included in the omnibus bill are things that we have had come back to us this year in legislation. The geriatric releases was one of them. I think that was Senator McKinney that was talking about that this year. Making sure the parole board does their jobs. I think they have to show up for that. And we're having an issue with that. I don't know how we fix it, but I think it's important that we get it on record that we work hard in this body to make corrections safer for our staff, less stressful for our staff. We work hard to generate programming and fund programming. I know that the grant process is open now through the Department of Corrections. I think that's $35 million right now to provide organizations outside the Department of Corrections to provide training and housing for those that are bridging out into the community. But I don't feel that we ever get the report in one package. We get little reports that go here or there. Sometimes they come to us, sometimes they come to the committees like Judiciary. And then we keep generating more and more legislation. But yet our prisons are still overcrowded. And yet we have little programming. And yet we're not rehabilitating. So yes, we should continue to fund research, and yes, we should continue to do better. But just remember, we've been doing that for a long time, and there really hasn't been that much of a change with all things considered.
1 minute.
So I just remind everybody, we sit here on this floor, many of us stay for the debate all day long during the day and listen, and remember what's been done in the past as we move forward to make sure that we're not knocking heads and that we are investing wisely. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of this amendment. I know it'll, or at least my understanding is it'll be pulled, but the intent here behind this, specifically because it was a bill or the components of the bill brought to the executive board, is around establishing this forecasting tool. My experience with the University of Nebraska, Omaha, I served as the previous chair of the planning committee, and Senator Boer is the chair now. And this, I have a lot of confidence that the university and the data center, and specifically this referencing the University of Nebraska Center for Justice Research, has the capabilities of doing it. The reason why I think it's important, and not necessarily within just an agency, but outside entity, is they're really focusing on the research aspects. They're not trying to be biased. They're trying to look at, based off of, and this is the way they described it, based off of all the data inputs that they currently have, are we really looking at what each year in forecasting is going to look like for our prison population? And are we taking into account the levers and things that will change and make the actual impacts to reduce that? I think this is a good idea. I'm hopeful that we will take this up, if not this year or next year, but do something so that the intent is there. It's something we can clearly do within the executive board. And my hope is, and I'll have conversations with the chairman of the executive board on what more we can do in this, either this session or in the interim, but I think is a really good thing for us to do. More tools are better when it comes to corrections changes and reform, especially when we're talking about the actual capacity that we need for our current population. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Conrad, seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I so appreciate the thoughtful debate in regards to these key issues for data planning and analysis and legislative oversight when it comes to our work together to address matters for the Department of Correctional Services and criminal and prison justice reform writ large. With that, I'm eager to continue the conversation with members and other stakeholders over the interim period, and I would like to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Senators, the question is excuse me, yes. Amendment withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for the next item. There's been a request to place the House under call.
Question is, shall the House go under call?
The question is, shall the House go under call? Senators, please record your. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay.
And then record, please.
Record, Mr. Clerk.
21 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chambers, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Speaker Arch, we are short 2 members, Senator Koff and Senator McDonald. Would you like to proceed? Yes.
Mr. President, next item on Legislative Bill 814, AM 1663 from Senator Wayne.
I raise a call. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, during the first time around on budget, there were some questions, concerns about how to tighten up some language, how to make sure that we had other partners and what the actual budget amount was. There was some concerns about dollar amounts and how to be structured. And so I emailed everybody a couple of days ago a budget that was submitted by one of the providers that would be working with one of the potentials of Charles Drew, and kind of the program outlined and how it would work, the assessment that would be used, the program development, and some of the prevention strategies and implementations. I also put some more language around how it will be done in AM 1663. So I would ask for a green vote on this. And if you have any questions, I'm here. I can answer them on the mic, off the mic, but I provided all the information to individuals who requested it, and those individuals have said they are okay with it at this point. So I'm just here to answer any questions regarding this bill. If not, I would like a green vote on AM 1663. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 1663. As you may recall, this is the next step from the passage of Senator Wayne's amendment on the budget during the first round of debate. And one of the commitments that he made was to add some additional language into his amendment. And so I appreciate all of the work that he's done from general file to select file, and encourage this body to vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close. Senator Wayne waives closing. The question is the adoption of AM 1663. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Senator Wayne, would you accept call-ins?
Yes.
Yes. We are now accepting call-ins.
Senator Linehan voting yes.
Record, Mr. Clark.
25 ayes, 10 nays on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item. I raise a call.
Mr. President, next item, AM 1714, offered by Senator Hansen.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's always encouraging when my great friend and colleague right next to me, Colonel Brewer, right before he speaks says, "Don't mess up." So he's right. Hopefully I don't. Colleagues, I don't come in front of the Appropriations Committee very often. And when I do, I think Senator Wishart and Senator McDonald can attest to this. They're probably some of the best bills they've ever heard. Last year, I brought a bill that would distribute half of the ARPA money we get back to people in the state of Nebraska. I thought that was a pretty great bill in the form of a debit card that they had to use in Nebraska-owned businesses. We called it the J.G. Wentworth bill. So the people have their money and they want it now. I thought that was a great bill. Senator Wishart thought so too. And so what I'm coming here with is my amendment 1714. Is to help my town of Blair. I know many senators come from the Appropriations Committee trying to fight for their town and their district, and that's what I'm doing here. The reason I brought AM 1714 is kind of what I coined the fallout of success. So us as a state incentivize many businesses in the state of Nebraska to grow, to get employees, to bring tax revenue to the state and the surrounding community. So what I'm talking about here is Cargill. And some people aren't familiar. Right in Blair is the Cargill facility, which has other businesses in it. It's called a campus. And from my understanding, it's the largest Cargill in the entire world. So this Cargill campus, which a big part of it has to do with one of the other bills we talked about not too long ago, the E15 bill, has a lot to do with ethanol production, making almost plastics out of corn, yeast, byproducts, all kinds of stuff, feed for cattle. And this process requires an extreme amount of water to do these processes. I was fortunate to tour this campus with the governor not too long ago, got to see it. And so because of the amount of water it requires, it puts a huge burden on the town of Blair. And so because of that, they have to build an entire new facility, a water treatment plant, because Cargill campus is looking to expand another $200, $300 million, bring many more employees to the state of Nebraska. And if they're looking to expand again in the future, which I would not be surprised they do, they would require more water. So then Blair has to have the capability to provide more water. And so to build a new water treatment plant, in case some people don't know, it's not cheap. Especially when we're talking about not just providing for a town and the communities around them as well, but also for one of the largest Cargill campuses in the world. And so myself, members of the Appropriations Committee, my colleagues, the governor's office, discussed maybe how we can help out the town of Blair, help the taxpayers of Blair deal with the fallout of success. Cargill has been successful. And because of that, the fallout of that is the surrounding communities, such as Blair, is suffering because of it. Water is just one of them. The other one is traffic. That's for another day. Not too long ago, there's a kid, a 9-year-old child that just got ran over by a semi in Blair a couple years ago and died riding his bicycle because of the extreme amount of traffic that goes through Blair, providing all this corn to Cargill. So one thing I would eventually like to see is maybe the state step up and help out the town of Blair, build a bypass for all these trucks going to Cargill. It's ruining Blair's downtown. But that's another conversation for another day. Right now we're talking about water. And so all I'm asking for is, in a budget with B's behind it, billions, a measly $8 million. I know it's, doesn't sound like a small amount, but in the grand scheme of things, when we're handing out money, it seems like 25 million here, 100 million there. We're talking about helping the town of Blair provide water for its members, community members, and for Cargill so they continue to grow and succeed. Cargill also, through its water rates, are helping with this facility, but so is the town of Blair providing the rest of it. And it's a big tax burden on my committee or my community. So I was hoping maybe the state could step up and help out the town of Blair and the surrounding community deal with this success. And they do need to build a new water treatment plant. And some of the problem that they're seeing is because of the ups and downs of the Missouri River, they have to now put their lines out further into the Missouri River to sit them lower, which costs an extreme amount of money. Construction is not cheap right now, too. And so with Amendment 1714, I'm asking the state of Nebraska to help my community, like we have helped other communities, deal with this burden. Cargill is paying a large amount of this construction along with the town of Blair. And percentage-wise, this is a small percentage that the state of Nebraska can help them and help Cargill and everyone else succeed. So with that, I'll do my best to answer any questions that I can. And Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm 100% in favor of this amendment, and here's why. Omaha years ago had a sewer separation project that was going to cost $1 billion. This body decided not to invest in Omaha's water or sewer, and right now every taxpayer, every MUD ratepayer has an extra $50 per month that is going to go up to $200 over the next 20 years to cover that infrastructure. One thing I've been consistent in when I was on the urban affairs chair is helping municipalities across the state fund some things that need to get done that are bigger than their necessary city. Rural Nebraska, last year we set aside 20 or 50, maybe 20, for irrigation districts. Let me remind you, those irrigation districts have taxing authority, but rather raising taxes on local people, this state stepped up and said, we're going to do that. Sarpy County, we've had 2 different bills. One that Senator Clements carried to create a JPA type situation where they can do their sewer. During that time, the cost has went up, and in this budget, there's $10 million for that. Prior to those $10 million being in the budget, we had $15 million of ARPA funds slated this year in 531. We are helping out in Senator DeKay's district. Every year we've had, if $5 million, I think last year we had $20 million go to reverse osmosis programs in their areas that have high nitrate. We have one of our largest employers, not the largest, but definitely one of the biggest ones who impact the same thing that we're passing a priority bill on E85. And we're leaving this town to struggle, to be bottlenecked, to not grow because of an employer. We haven't done that anywhere else in the state. I don't think it's unworthy, to a point where Senator McKinney and I have been trying to figure out where to find the dollars. How do we push out things in 531 to maybe make this work? But now that I've seen different amendments on the floor that are moving hundreds of millions over from cash to general funds and seeing just $1 million go to a program that I agree with in Cedars, I don't think we should hamstrung a community because they were successful in recruiting a company that continues to grow. That company has also offered to help put up dollars, a significant portion, more so than the state would, to help Blair cover their infrastructure. So at best, this $8 million, and I'll let Senator Hansen talk about that, but I believe based off of the initial calculations of what everything was, this is a little bit less than half of the project. We are setting aside $180 million for Lincoln to make sure that they aren't stopped and stifled from growing. I don't think $8 million is too much to ask. I think it's appropriate. I think it's something we should do because it's the right thing to do for that community. I get on the mic and I argue about and talk about North Omaha. I was talking about Crawford, Nebraska today, but I'm going to stand up for Blair because Blair needs this. You have employers who want to go there, who need more housing. That can't happen because the sewer infrastructure can't take it and water infrastructure can't take it. And we have an opportunity this year with surplus funds to help this community out. So if you vote for the Lincoln project, if you vote for the lead pipes that we're going to get removed in Elkhorn and Omaha, if you vote for the irrigation district last year, if you voted for DeKay's area for their water wells, which are all in the budget, then you should do the same thing for Senator Hansen and vote for his district and water. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kauth yield to a question?
Senator Kauth, will you yield to a question?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Kauth. Have you been following the conversation around this amendment yet? Did you listen to Senator Ben Hansen's introduction?
I did.
Are you going to support this amendment?
I'm deciding that right now.
You might want to know that Cargill did sign that letter opposing your anti-trans legislation. And so when you're thinking about where to spend your dollars, as you said, lawmakers should be aware of who is opposing your legislation so that they can choose to spend their money elsewhere. Cargill, that would benefit from AM 1714, is one of those businesses. What would you respond to that?
That I'll decide based on probably talking with Ben and Senator Clements.
That sounds good. Thank you so much, Senator Cal.
You're very welcome.
I'm so welcome. I'm a Blair Bear. I'm a Blair girl. I come from Blair, Nebraska. I'm a 6th generation Blairite. And I am a little bit hesitant to support special legislation that is sort of introduced to help one company. But I'm also interested in the argument that Senator Wayne was making around, well, look at the budget. It's full of special legislation. Look at the things we do for ethanol industry. That's full of special legislation. How do we grow the economy in Nebraska ever over the last 150 years without special legislation to support the businesses that support our communities that we have? If we want Blair to keep growing, if we want families to keep moving to Blair, if we want there to keep being jobs at great companies like Cargill that moved in there when I was a kid, we have to support those businesses. And so I'm still thinking about what I'm going to do about this amendment as well. But we have to think, I mean, like, get real, guys. We have to think about the big picture of when we're supporting businesses and when we're not. When Cargill comes up and says, we need special legislation so we can bring more water into the city and make our products and do our industry and run our company, Senator Van Hansen jumps up and says, yes, sir. Senator Kauth is probably going to vote for it too. She's getting some advice from different people about, what to do about my bullying right now, but be consistent. Think about what it is you're doing. Because then when that same company writes a letter to lawmakers in Nebraska saying, we are deeply concerned by the bills being introduced in state houses across the country that single out LGBTQ individuals, specifically targeting transgender youth for exclusion or different treatment. Laws that would affect access to medical care for transgender people, parental rights, social and family services, student sports, access to public facilities such as restrooms, unnecessarily and uncharitably single out already marginalized groups for additional disadvantage. They seek to put the authority of state government behind discrimination and promote mistreatment of a targeted population. Senator Kauth and Senator Hansen, this is from Cargill. This is from the company that this amendment seeks to help. I want you to think about that as the introducer of an amendment on LB 574 and as the primary introducer of 574, whether you are making votes that are in the best interest of towns like Blair, whether you are making votes that are in the interest of growing our businesses in Nebraska in a way that I wholeheartedly and enthusiastically and deeply, passionately support. I want everybody to want to live in Nebraska. I do not agree with people like Senator Kauth, who have said, if you support trans rights, maybe Nebraska isn't right for you. I do not agree with Senator Kathleen Kauth, who has said, if we ban healthcare for transgender kids, that will keep the type of people out of Nebraska that we don't want to even have here. That is the wrong attitude. If I support AM 1714, it's because I support growing business. It's because I support enriching communities like Blair, Nebraska, who need more population, who need more economic growth, and who need more people fighting for the population that lives there. And that includes LGBTQ people. You can't pick and choose which workers, which employees, what their kids and their families are like. But that is what you are trying to do with LB 574. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Phil Sanders, friends all. I'm not sure that I do support this amendment. I definitely support the underlying bill. And I'm going to walk you through why. And I really hope that you listen. So I don't hold or harbor any bad feelings about the community we're discussing. If they have a water issue, they most certainly need to address that. I have supported many water issues, but when I support the water issues, it pertains to the municipalities themselves. It's never been because a big company needs us to do that, and that big company is putting a burden on that municipality. That's what this bill is about. Now, if it was a smaller, locally owned company or companies creating this, I might feel differently. I doubt it. I just think we've become a corporate welfare piggy bank in Nebraska. And I do understand that you have to spend money to make money. I've heard it all since I've been here in the legislature. I get it. But we've gone too far this year. And can I have the gavel? I can't hear. There's people chatting behind me. So I remember reading in one of the newspapers that Cargill had like an amazing increase in how much they had made in profits. And so I looked it up real quick, and sure enough, they had surged 23% last year to $165 billion. $165 billion. Their revenue per employee, their ratio, I always look at that because that tells you a lot about how well the company is doing. $690,933. And they need money from our general funds to make this happen. They're willing to put up half of it, allegedly. The other half's supposed to come from us. Why don't they just put all of it up if this is so important? And the amount of money we're talking compared to what they make annually and compared to the money that they pay out to their employees is a drop in the bucket. The CEO makes around $1 million. It was 900 and some last I looked. I'm sure it's up to $1 million by now. That was like a year or two ago. The average executive compensation is around $233,000. It is hard for me to put these things into perspective, that we need to keep tapping into taxpayer dollars to help these big companies that are being successful. You can't say they're not going to be successful if we don't do this. The burden is on the community where they're located. They're certainly not going to pull out of that community because they are already deeply invested in it. If they weren't invested in it, they wouldn't have offered to put up half the money. Instead, it sounds like Senator Hansen and the governor took a nice tour there and they got a bug in their ear, and here they are again at the trough of the taxpayers asking for the money. And I'm not okay with that. I think about some of the things, especially when we had no money, that I had to try and beg to get done to actually help the average Nebraskan that we couldn't get done. Now we're like an ATM. I get it because we got money, but when's it going to stop? I don't fault Senator Hansen for trying this. I don't fault the company for trying to use this as a piggy bank, but if they can pay for half of it, they can pay for all of it. So I think I just talked myself out of voting into this, for this right now while on the mic. You know,
1 minute.
You're going to hear that we do corporate welfare all the time. We try and keep businesses here in Nebraska. You know, as business professionals, many of us, we like to look at the financial bottom line. And the thing is that they're not going to pull out. They're willing to pay for half of it. Not half of it, how much of it? 75% of it. I think what's another 25%? Thank you, Senator Hansen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today with the deepest respect for Senator Hansen, and I love the community of Blair, but I do have to be opposed to this amendment. I just think about my district here, and we're a district where over half the communities in our district would kill for $1 million in state funding to replace their water systems. And it's not because they're so successful with Cargill coming in and they're just overwhelmed with supply. It's because they haven't been able to afford an upgrade to their water system in decades. So when they turn on the spigot at their home, They're running the risk of nitrates in their water, which causes cancer. It causes neural tube defects. It causes anemia. It causes an increased likelihood of premature labor and miscarriage. And it's not because a corporation's come into town and we just can't afford $8 million. It's we have an aging population and we can't afford these projects, period. So that's why I brought LB 534 this year to ask for increased funding to help these small communities replace their water systems. And I respect the appropriations process and I understand why it wasn't included in the budget. Clean water is something, especially in rural Nebraska, is something I'm going to fight tooth and nail for, but I can't get on board with a special carve out for one community. And I am very aware of the fact that in these discussions, Falls City has been brought up with the electrical appropriation that they were granted last year through DED. First off, with the Falls City bill, for those of you who weren't around during that period, Falls City is a community in the southeast corner of my district. It's a community in the southeast corner of the state. It's on an electrical island. It doesn't have redundancy in its electrical system, so it was dealing with rolling blackouts very often. And it's at its electrical capacity for growth. You cannot grow on the grid in Falls City. So the state legislature took the time and appropriated the funds to be last dollars in on an electrical upgrade project. And I think those cases are where I'm on board with special legislation, places where there is a clear need and a clear inability to pay. And I don't think this amendment qualifies as either. I do think if there is a need, it's not nearly as dire as what we're facing in some of our, especially rural communities. I think everybody on this floor that represents a rural district has had challenges with their water supply, whether it's nitrates or something else. And I'm not entirely sure that the state needs to be providing the $8 million because I'm not sure that it's needed. So I am, when it comes to clean water, a very, very strong supporter of the cause. That's why I brought LB 534. But I do respect the appropriations process and understand why water projects weren't included in the budget. So I'm going to be a no on this, and I'm more than happy to work with Senator Hansen on a wider ranging solution that could positively impact more of our communities than just Blair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again. I want to speak just a moment about Senator Wayne made a comment about water districts have levying authority. That is not the case. In our area, water districts have the authority to charge O&M, operation and maintenance charge, but they do not charge for the water, and they don't have levying authority. So what I'm trying to say is the irrigation districts are charging the people who receive the benefit of the water for the maintenance and operation of the system. And I would assume that would be the same in Blair. Those who are getting the advantage of having the water would be the ones who would pay. So we don't have a levying authority by the irrigation districts, but they do have the authority to charge more for their services. We don't sell water in the state of Nebraska, but we do charge people for operating the system and delivering the water. And Senator Hansen's bill came to appropriations and we discussed it. We talked about it quite extensively. We talked about numerous bills quite often, and you may have seen us leave the floor several times for long periods of time. So our executive sessions lasted probably nearly 2 weeks on and off. And so we thoroughly looked at every opportunity that we had to help the communities that we could help with the money we had. And I believe that we have designated the money or appropriated it to the places that we felt were the most in need. And so I believe those entities that are in Blair and the city of Blair and the people who are going to use the water should be the ones that pay for delivery of the water and the maintenance of the system. So therefore, I won't be voting for AM 714. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
I'll just clarify a few numbers here. The project is actually $71 million, and Cargill is paying a large part of this. I come up here not fighting for Cargill. I'm fighting for the taxpayers of Blair. This is a very, very, very expensive project. And then who do you think is going to pay a lot of the upkeep for that too? Eventually, their water rates are going to increase, which is taxing the people of Blair. And if I can do what I can to get up here and help fight for them, I will. We all do. And so for the state to dump tens of millions of dollars to incentivize ethanol companies and private industries, and not the taxpayers of Nebraska, my town, I don't think that's too out of the ordinary to fight for them. So we incentivize ethanol production in the state of Nebraska, which we just passed. Where do you think that comes from? And then Blair is suffering because of it. We all have towns in our district that suffer because we incentivize other companies to grow and expand. And we all get up here and fight for them. Sometimes on the microphone, sometimes in appropriations that's included. In the last 5 years I've been here, if I remember right, I've only asked or only received $2 million. So like I said, I don't ask for money very often. And when I do, I think it's important. And it's for my district, or it might be for somebody else in the state of Nebraska. So a $71 million project. Lime Salts project is $5 million. The new intake is $15 million. Water expansion, $20 million. The water plant expansion from 20 million gallons per day to 27 million gallons is 46 million by itself. New industrial water main is $5 million. Like I said, total cost is $71 million. So that's why I'm up here. Every company has their own opinion about certain things. I'm not fighting for Cargill right now. I'm fighting for the people of Blair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As much as I appreciate my friendship with Senator Hansen, I too question whether state money should go just to Blair to help with their water system. I think every city would like to have money for their water system. I know in Columbus, we have done numerous expansions, both in wastewater treatment and water production. And we bonded those expenses, and then we sold water to our citizens. And then if the user of water lived outside the city, we charged them double rates because the people in town already pay taxes for other things in city. And I think they could work out some kind of a package thing where they bond it and Cargill would pay it. Cargill is going to use the water. They're going to make money with it. The citizens of Blair shouldn't, in my opinion, shouldn't necessarily be unduly taxed to pay for that. If Cargill is going to use the water, they should step up and pay for it. We've had industrial customers in my district that used so much electricity, they had to buy their own generation and generate some electricity. They used a byproduct of the electricity generation to generate heat for some of their other processes. And it's just something that I think has to be negotiated with the companies that are using the water. otherwise you're opening the door here for everybody to come to the state to get money for water and sewer. And we do have some programs through some of the state agencies for water and sewer improvements already. And so you can get some grants for that. But again, I think we're setting a bad precedent if we fund this water expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I had only planned on speaking one time, but I just want to tap into this one last time on AM 1714. Again, I do support the underlying bill. I think it's really important that we also realize that there's a difference between incentivizing and handouts. Those are two different things, especially when we talk about ethanol, and ethanol is so important to the many, many, many individual farmers that benefit from being able to grow their crops for ethanol. I know we're only talking about $8 million. I mean, to me, that's a lot of money, but to our budget, not a lot of money. But when I look at big companies like Cargill and the magnitude of money that they make, billions of dollars every year, I always think about it's called the triple bottom theory, and I'm not going to do it justice, but for those of you that are into businesses, probably some of the bankers, I'm guessing, and a few business professionals in here, maybe a couple smart college folks like Senator DeBoer. The triple bottom theory really focuses more on things with your business when it comes to things that are social or environmental. So when I look at Cargill and I look at the resources that they use, to me, it appears clear that perhaps they should tap into this ideal. Because what they are doing is they are draining resources from the community that they are so dependent on. And I do not fault Senator Hansen for fighting for his community. I have been up here many, many times fighting for Bellevue and Sarpy County. And I am shameless about it, and I am not embarrassed that I do that. So I don't fault him for doing this. To be really frank, if he had just talked about the water issue, I would have been oblivious to the Cargill part of it, and I might have voted for it. But that's not how it started out. How it started out is Cargill needs money. Excuse me. My community needs money because Cargill needs more water. So our community has to pay for it. Cargill's willing to pay for part of it, but not all of it. And by the way, the governor and I did a tour of Cargill. So with all due respect, if I hadn't heard about the tour, if I hadn't heard about the organization, if I had just heard that you guys are struggling and your water system needs help, I might be more empathetic. But that's not what I heard today. And Cargill's not going to go out of business because of this. And Cargill's not going to pull out because of this. And if they can pay that large of a portion, they can pay the rest of it. I don't understand why it's got to be on the backs of the taxpayers. Again, triple bottom theory. If they are good stewards, if they care about the communities that they serve and the employees that they have, maybe the CEO that's making $1 million a year could kick in a little money, maybe cut some of those corporate benefits a little bit. And after 6 months, they could probably pay for the rest of the project. I didn't come to this body to be a trough for big business. And I have voted on bills. I don't know if I voted for some of them. I at least listened to the debate that I'm not okay with. I think about ConAgra. How much corporate welfare did we give them? I see Senator Linehan hitting her head on that one. See, you're in my row now, Senator Linehan. I can see you. And they pulled out. Not all of it, but most of it. When's it going to stop? I can start listing a long list of companies that we gave corporate welfare to, that we were told that if we didn't give them money, they weren't going to stick around. Well, they took the money and they stuck around for a couple more years and then left. And we can't get that money back. It's not like a bottle of soda that we're going to get a refund on. They are gone. I think this is an issue that we don't need to fund. I think Cargill, with all due respect, you certainly have the money to fund the rest of this project. And really, what a nice thing to do for that community that serves you so well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, earlier I filed amendments to the ENR regarding changing TANF allocated funds to general funds. I know that we collectively made that change on the appropriation of the $1 million for the capital construction for Cedars, but we still have the money that is appropriated through TANF for the child advocacy centers. And I genuinely believe that this is going to be a problem for the federal government and that it's going to get rejected. And that is why I am putting an amendment. We're not going to get to it today because we go to cloture in about 10 minutes. So I wanted to just acknowledge that it's there and that it will be there on final. And I hope that we can make a motion to return to select and make that change, because I do think that it is of critical importance, if it is the intention of this legislature to give money to the child advocacy centers, that we do it in a way that doesn't jeopardize our federal funds and doesn't jeopardize the programming that they want to utilize those funds for. So I wanted that stated. I missed some of the conversation around Cargill. I understand that there is some confusion about this letter that Cargill signed on to and it being old. The letter began being drafted and was sent to Governor Pillen. So Governor Jim Pillen, who was not the governor in 2020 when the letter was initially drafted, the Human Rights Campaign sent this letter to Governor Jim Pillen, who is the governor as of 2023. Therefore, this letter is not old. It is up to date. And companies like Cargill and Amazon and Facebook and all the other ones that are in Nebraska that are economic drivers signed on to this current letter to Governor Pillen, knowing that. Just wanted to make that crystal clear for anyone who is unable to comprehend who was governor in 2020 versus who is governor today. Today is the Governor Pillen, and the letter was to Governor Pillen, not Governor Ricketts. So it is current. So you can do your mental gymnastics, you can lie to yourselves, you can lie to each other, but the reality is that these companies have signed on to this letter, and the letter is current. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hansen, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to run through a couple of numbers here quick. Currently, the biocampus located in Blair has a 15.5 million gallon per day allocation from the city's 20 million gallons. So the 20 million gallon per day capacity from Blair, they take 15.5. Now, I am concentrating on my town of Blair. However, this amendment isn't just about Blair. Cargill buys corn from all over the state of Nebraska. All the farmers in our district, where do you think they take their corn? A lot of them take it to Cargill. They buy their corn for these kinds of processes. So why I talk about Blair being, who I'm trying to help, I would venture to say a lot of senators here would benefit from this as well. They buy our products here in the state of Nebraska. So this is helping them as well. And Senator Blood is right. They can choose to go somewhere else. Will they because of this? I don't know. All I know is the two biggest things here why they came to Nebraska and chose us over South Dakota and Iowa was because we have people that are willing to work and come to work, and we have water. And if we don't maintain those two things, they're already looking at South Dakota and Iowa. And these aren't just local companies, these are international companies. The trucks that file through Blair on a daily basis on the way to Cargill, traffic counts are nearly 20,000 vehicles per day in the downtown, approximately 20 to 24% of it being trucks. On the rest of the state highways, only 6 to 8% of the traffic are trucks. The Cargill corn processing facility currently processes approximately 320,000 bushels of corn per day to provide feedstock to other companies co-located on the campus. Blair provides water to the bio campus, serving Cargill's wet corn milling facility and the other 5 national and international companies. Other companies such as Novozymes are expanding their Blair facilities, bringing businesses to our state rather than continuing to build in other countries such as Taiwan and Brazil. Their current $300 million project, which is what I talked about earlier, they're trying to expand, but they need more water, will also bring somewhere from what I understood almost 300 good quality paying jobs in the state of Nebraska. So I talk about Blair, but this pertains to all of us. And I'm not going to fault anybody for how they vote. Vote your conscience, vote what you believe. But I just couldn't sit down and not fight for my town. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. There has been a request for the call of the House. Colleagues, all those in favor vote aye, all those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
26A, 3 names, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chambers, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. The question before the body is the adoption of AM 1714. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have all voted who wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
19 A's, 16 A's on the adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is not adopted. Raise the call of the House. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Mr. President, I've got AM 1750 from Senator Hansen with a note he wishes to withdraw.
Yes.
Withdrawn.
Mr. President, my understanding on the next vote would be the advancement of LB 814.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 814 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. President, Speaker Arch would move to invoke cloture on LB 814 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Speaker Arch, for what purpose do you rise?
Call the House roll call vote.
There's been a request for the House to go under call. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Record.
34 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please record.
Senator
Call the roll.
Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Duncan, Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is 41 ayes, 2 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
Closure has been invoked. Senator Ballard. The question before the body is the advancement of LB 814. All those in favor, just say aye. Opposed, nay. There has been a request for a record vote. Mr. Clark, please. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Record, Mr. Clark.
40 ayes, 2 nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
Raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed from Senator Kavanaugh to LB 814. New LR from Senator Day, LR 142. That will be referred to the Executive Board. Mr. President, select file, next bill, Legislative Bill 818. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Mr. Ballard, for ENR amendments.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to 818 be adopted.
It is a debatable motion. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I will be distributing, the pages will be distributing when it's ready. The letter from the Human Rights Campaign, I assume it was sent to everyone because I received it addressed to Dear Senator, dated May 4th, 2023. So 6 days ago, current. It also includes the list of all the companies that signed on. So you can enjoy living with the fact of the matter that it is current, that these companies currently oppose what is happening here. But in case you need reinforcement, let's just start with the A's, shall we? All right, we have, well, first the numbers, 1-800-Flowers, 23andMe, U2 Inc., 360 Behavioral Health, 3M Company, like everything that you use to hang anything, 3M. Good luck boycotting them. Abercrombie & Fitch, Accenture, Axiom LLC, the Adecco Group, Adobe Inc. Forget about PDFs from here on out. Advanced Auto Parts. Oh, and if you think that's fine, I use Google. Wait till we get to the G's. Spoiler alert. Adobe Inc., Advanced Auto Parts, AEO Inc., Affirm, Airbnb. Guess we're going to have to make new plans for our vacations. Airbus Americas, Ablarmy, I don't know, corporation, not familiar. Alliance Bernstein, Ally, Altria Group. Don't they make cigarettes? I don't know. Get rid of those habits, I guess. Alligated Bank, Amazon, AMD, American Airlines, can't fly there anymore. American Express, can't have that credit card anymore. Hope you didn't have a good rewards program. American Honda Motor Company, can't drive that anymore. Amgen Inc., AMN Healthcare, Anaplan, Anywhere Real Estate, Apple. What? That's my computer from the state. Heavens to Betsy. Applied Materials Inc., Arcadis Inc., US Inc., Asana Inc., Asana Inc., AstraZeneca, AT&T, Altizian, Autodeck, Avidin, Aventor, AvitaCare, Baker Tilly, BSF Corporation, Bayer US LLC, Burson, Cohen and Wolf, Becton Dickinson and Co., Beam Suntory, Ben & Jerry's Homemade Inc. Well, that one's not very surprising. Berkshire Bank, Best Buy Co., Biogen, Block Inc., formerly Square Inc., Bloomberg LP, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island, Blueprint Medicines, Boehringer Ingelheim USA, Boston Consulting Group, Boston Scientific, Bontios, Box Inc., BP, Bright Health Group, Bright Horizons Family Solutions, Brown Forman Corporation, Built Technologies, Capital One, Capri Holdings Limited, Cardinal Health, Cargill, 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 right between Cardinal Health and Cargo Transporters, Inc., in black and white. Car Gurus, Carlson,
1 minute.
Celestine Center for Community Self-Help, Charles River Laboratories, Chobani, I love their yogurt, Citigroup, Clearway Energy Group, CNA Insurance, the College Board, Comcast, NBC Universal, Compass, Converse Inc., Corning Incorporated, Cohen Inc., CrowdStrike, CSAA Insurance Group, CSG International. I will come back to finish reading these on my next times on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so glad that Senator Kavanaugh is exemplifying her ability to read, because we're going to read something together that I think will get the facts on the record. So the letter that Senator Kavanaugh is referencing, that Senator Hunt is referencing, you can read in the Omaha World Herald. It was signed by corporations, originally drafted in 2020, and this is referencing the Omaha World Herald article, Union Pacific, 300 plus other corporations sign letter opposing anti-LGBTQ legislation. And the article itself reads, if you would take the time to read the article on the letter, a week after more than 100 Nebraska businesses and nonprofit groups signed a letter opposing restrictions on gender-affirming care, a similar message from national corporations was sent in to the state's lawmakers. The Human Rights Campaign sent a letter to state senators and Governor Jim Pillen listing businesses opposed to anti-LGBTQ legislation. First drafted in 2020, the letter so far has amassed 319 signatures, including major corporations such as Apple, General Motors, IBM, Johnson & Johnson, Microsoft, and United Airlines. The letter includes some companies that have deep roots in Nebraska, such as Union Pacific, which is headquartered in Omaha, or significant operations in the state, such as Amazon, Cargill, Kellogg, Google, and U.S. Bank. Union Pacific signed on to the Human Rights Campaign's business statement on anti-LGBTQ state legislation in 2021. This is a letter drafted by an entity that was sent by that entity, not in specific reference to this legislation, because it was drafted in 2020. Union Pacific signed on to it in 2021. So before you get up here and start parading around this letter saying, oh my good golly gosh, look at this in response to this legislation, an entity who already had corporations signed on to this letter years ago sent this to us on May 4th. This is not a current letter. Anybody who's trying to say that it is a current letter hasn't read the article. So take a moment, show us your literacy skills, and read the frickin' article before you get up and spout and get up in the face. And I'm so sorry, I have to call this out. And this is why I'm so fired up right now. It's because we've had a member of the legislature, I'm not going to name who, they know exactly who they are, took this letter, shoved it in the face of Senator Kauth, and then started screaming in the face of Senator Linehan an hour ago because she couldn't take the time to read that the letter was drafted in 2020. So again, before you spout off saying that this is because of LB 574, all these corporations are signing on in opposition to what we're doing right here in Nebraska, this is a general letter created by an entity that, yes, has just delivered this letter to our state senators in 2023, but it's been drafted for years. Get your facts right before you decide to go to war. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Slama is correct. She read the article. The letter, in addition to reading the article, I would encourage you to read the letter, which will be distributed, is dated with, it says updated May 4th, 2023. Yes, the letter was initially drafted in 2020. It was updated on May 4th, 2023, and sent to the governor. Either you care or you don't, I don't know. I have no idea if anyone in here cares about how this actually impacts the business community, but the business community is telling us how it impacts them, and they're telling us how they feel about it, and So there you go. And Senator Hunt, or not Senator, I'm sorry, Senator Slama is 100% correct. The article states that this was initially drafted in 2020. It was updated on May 4th, 2023, and then it was sent to the legislature and to the governor. Those are the facts. Or they're the facts as I know them with the information that has been provided to me by the Human Rights Campaign. And they clearly put updated on the document so that we would know when this happened. So yes, this has been an ongoing issue. Attacks on the LGBTQ Americans has been an ongoing issue, so much so that the Human Rights Campaign in 2020 started a letter of anti-discrimination statements for major corporations to sign on to. They've signed on to it. They continue to sign on to it. They continue to add their names to it. Perhaps there are companies that over the last 3 years have taken their names off of it. But on May 4th, 2023, these are the companies that had their names on here. And they know that this is public. They know that this information is public. They know that this is happening because this is happening across the country. Because this legislation is the thing that is happening across the country. So it's not like it's a small bill that's not really very controversial that people didn't actually know about, wasn't on anybody's radar. All of these people know that this is going on. And if they didn't want to be associated with taking a stand, they would have removed their names from it. But they didn't. It is accurate. It is up to date. So care or don't care. I honestly don't know that anybody in here cares about these corporations and whether or not they're going to want to come here and do business because of toxic legislation. That's up to you. But it is up to date. And that, I think, is an important fact to acknowledge when people are saying that it is out of date. It began in the past and it is current. I guess it's 6 days out of date. If you want to say it's out of date, it's 6 days old. That's how out of date it is. So, and the pages are distributing it so you can look at the letter that was sent to us.
1 minute.
And also the letter that was sent to the governor with the list of all the companies that has the dates on it. I printed the PDF from Adobe, company listed on here. So, yeah, that's not trying to go to war over the date timeline of this, but I'm always happy to have people jump into the conversation. So please do. Let's keep talking about it. Let's elevate this. Let's elevate this Human Rights Campaign letter. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McKenna Kavanaugh. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have like two voices going on in my head. Don't get up, don't engage, ignore. But just, I've been yelled at in my face. And I'm pausing for a second. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, please, I want to ask you a question because I'm confused, but I'll give you a couple seconds. I am, and I'm sure others are, I know others are, I am really getting tired of being told that I'm anti-gay, I'm anti-LGBTQ, that I don't like certain people. It's just not true. And I'm tired of hearing it. We're talking about children, not about grown-ups, kids. And there have been people working to try and calm the temperature down and make it better. This morning, we started out screaming at each other over something that could have been easily handled on the side. Easily. But no, we have to start out by yelling at each other. And then we have to yell at each other about other things. I did read the paper. I read the paper when I get up in the morning, whatever time I get up. Sometimes I'm late here because I go to the Lincoln Journal, I go to the Omaha World Herald, and I go to the Nebraska Examiner, and I read them all about anything that's going on in the legislature. Senator Kavanaugh, would you yield for a question, please?
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Did you say that they changed this letter?
No.
Well, I think
Updated, it's updated.
updated. What does that mean?
Well, I can't speak for them. The letter has updated and the date on it.
Well, what would concern me is if I signed a letter, and I'm not saying that these groups are.
I think your questions are probably better
Ma'am,
served for the Human Rights Campaign
Senator,
than me.
Well, you're the one that brought it up.
Okay.
So what you said, what I heard you say, and I may have heard you wrong, that they updated the letter, which would mean there's a change in the letter. And if I signed a letter 6 weeks ago and somebody made a change to it, I wouldn't think my signature would not be valid unless I re-signed the letter.
I would assume they did their due diligence, but I think, again, question for them, if they notified everyone who signed on to the letter that it was being sent out and with the current language. I would assume that was their due
That's a very
diligence.
important question.
It is.
Well, can we just set this letter aside then until we figure out exactly what the facts are?
Oh, I mean, you can investigate that if you like. They sent us a letter. I assume they did their due diligence. I have no reason to believe that they otherwise, unless one of these companies tells me.
Assuming when you're in the Nebraska Legislature is not a good idea. So let's find out if they changed the letter, and if they changed the letter, did all those companies
I'm sure I can get an
review it?
answer in the next
Okay,
hour.
I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh and Senator Linehan. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues and Nebraskans. Senator Linehan, knowing me, has gone above and beyond anything asked of her or expected of her or the call of duty that we have here as lawmakers to help Senator Kathleen Kauth pass a bill that would harm my child. And I think if you do something like that, that makes you a bad person. And I apologize for yelling at her on the floor. I don't normally react that way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. I appreciate Senator Slama and Senator Linehan speaking up. Because quite often when someone stands up and says the things that they do, they don't get a lot of support from anyone else. So I can say I appreciate it. And just because we have a different opinion about what protecting children is, doesn't mean we're bad people. We may disagree on how we think we're protecting children. That's what it is, a disagreement. I happen to agree with Senator Linehan, Slama, Kauth, and several others in this room that what we're doing with children today is out of line, inappropriate, and shouldn't happen. So I'd be classified in the same group with Senator Linehan and Kauth and Slama and several others. And I am proud of that. Because what we're trying to do is protect young people from making decisions that they're not capable of making in the long term of their health. That's what we're doing. So we're actually protecting children. That's what Senator Kauth is trying to do, and I appreciate what she has done. And I will vote to protect children every time. And you know, we're going to have a memorial for the Buffalo soldiers Maybe we should put up a memorial for the 200,000 babies that have been killed in Nebraska. That's protecting children. So Senator Slama, Senator Linehan, thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. The question before the body is the advancement of the passing of the ENR amendments. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. They are advanced. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, series of withdrawals. Senator Clements, I have AM 1674 with a note to withdraw, and Senator Ben Hansen, AM 1601 with a note he wishes to withdraw as well.
They are withdrawn.
Mr. President, next amendment, AM 1729, offered by Senator Clements.
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bringing AM 1729, which is an adjustment between general funds and cash reserve funds. At the April 26th forecasting board meeting, they lowered this fiscal year, 2023, by $80 million. And then they did raise the next 2 years, $80 million. When they did that, that triggered a statutory, that eliminated a statutory automatic transfer. Was going to be $610 million automatically was going into the cash reserve, and that stopped that transfer. So the general funds was going to have that $610 million. I then discussed this with the fiscal office. We needed to decide manually how much we should transfer to the cash reserve, and not really having information as to why we should do a different number. I just made the motion to transfer that same $610 million to the cash reserve. That's what was in the original Bill 818. This amendment would reduce that to $440 million and would leave the difference in general funds. And this is an amendment I'm bringing at the request of the governor. The cash reserve balance will be less, but the general fund balance will be more. Will give us more to work with, especially with tax relief, and then give us carry forward dollars for future years as tax relief increases. It's not really intended to be spent in this biennium. It's for building up general funds for the future years. And so that is just, it is changing the manual transfer that the committee did previously, shortly after the forecasting board, and replacing it, instead of the 610 million, 440 million, and leaving more in the general funds. And I ask for your green vote on AM 1729. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Breezy would like to announce 22 fourth grade students from Amherst Public Schools in Amherst, Nebraska. They are in the north balcony. Please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Clements could help me
wrap my head around what he's just explained here and what he's trying to do in this amendment. So if I understand, I'll ask you a question in a second, Senator Clements. If I understand you correctly, you're saying that because the forecasting board decided we'll probably make in this year 80 million more, we will not trigger the automatic, our cash reserve doesn't have enough in it transfer clause, which would have transferred money into the cash reserve. Senator Clements, would you yield to a question?
Senator Clemens, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
So we're not going to automatically kick in the 610, I think you said, because the automatic amount, because of this raise, is no longer going to be the case. Is that right?
It was a decrease in this fiscal year. That's what triggered it. If the balance goes up, then it does transfer. But when they have a decrease in expected revenue this year, that stops the transfer.
So the decrease, the fact that we're going to have less money means that we are not going to put as much into the cash reserve. Is that right so far?
Yes, they're showing, well, that would show a decrease in our general fund balance at the end of this fiscal year.
So instead of putting the amount, when we thought we had more money, we were going to put 610 in. Now we think we're going to have less money, so we're putting less in, correct?
We think we're going, yes.
Okay.
With the bills that are coming through, we haven't passed all the bills yet, but yes, it's also for funding bills that are yet to be heard.
So we're going to use the money that we would have put into the cash reserve to fund bills that we haven't finished hearing yet.
Yes. And
Okay.
to carry funds forward into the future also.
Okay. And what would the cash, without this amendment, I'm showing that our cash reserve at the end of the biennium would have been 15.2% of, sorry, 17.7% of expenditures, 14.5% of revenues, and now we'll have 14.5 and 11.9%. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
So that is less than the 16%, which we would like to have in our cash reserve.
Yes.
So why are we putting less in than what we should have in our cash reserve at 16%?
There's about $780 million, $750 million will still be in there, which is still over what historically we've had. The governor's office tells me he's comfortable with that as well, and especially that we're going to carry forward excess general funds that we can transfer in the future if we want to.
So since I came into this body, I know that Senator Stinner and others have said 16% is that magic number. We want to have 16%. We want to have 16% in the cash reserve. That'll help us for when we have a rainy day. We call it the rainy day fund. It'll help us with the rainy day. We seem to all know that a rainy day is coming. This would be a good time to have the 16% in when a rainy day is coming. Shouldn't we have the 16% now?
I support this transfer. I think there are, several things working here, and still think $780 million is adequate for the current time, and the forecast for the next 2 years, fiscal years, is positive.
So with all the bills and everything that we're spending, could we spend less on all of these bills and then put that money in the cash reserve?
If we end up with a surplus, we can each year manually transfer to the cash reserve.
So how much money with this amendment would be on the floor? Do you have a general idea?
Time. Thank you, Senator DeBoer and Senator Clemens. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure where I'm at on this amendment, but I'm a little blindsided by it and really confused. I appreciate the conversation from Senator DeBoer and Senator Clements to try and get some context. I don't know if Senator Clements wanted to answer Senator DeBoer's last question. I'd be happy to ask him to yield to a question.
Senator Clemens, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Did you hear Senator DeBoer's last question? How much is there going to be on for the floor?
The fiscal office is about to run it exactly, but currently the green sheet is showing 714 million. This is a difference of 170 million, which would make it 884 million.
Thank you, Senator Clements. So I'm still trying to digest the information from Senator Clements open and Senator DeBoer's conversation with Senator Clements. I trying to understand the justification for doing this. And, you know, we've had a lot of conversations about big dollar amounts here. It's almost, I feel like we're all becoming numb to large transactions of dollars. And I heard Senator Blood talking earlier about how when she first got here, she had to fight for tens of thousands of dollars or something along those lines. That sound about right, Senator Blood? Where you had to, if you had a bill and it had any kind of fiscal note, you couldn't move it. And now we're having, you know, conversations about moving millions of dollars, $8 million or $5 million, and not really focusing on that. I had an amendment last week to this very bill to save us $125 million from what I thought might be an unnecessary expenditure, and we didn't get a lot of conversation about it. But we're spending a lot of money this year, and we've been promised that we can afford these tax cuts, income, property, some other types of tax cuts, incentives. We can afford all those things. We can afford to build a canal. We can afford to build a prison. We can afford these other things. We can't afford certain other things like provider rates and things like that. But we can afford all these really big things because we have this safety net of the rainy day fund, and it is so robust. It was supposed to be almost $1 billion. You know, it was $2 billion, then it was $1.5 billion, and then it was $1 billion. And the last I heard was $950 million. We're going to be okay. We can do all these things, and even if our projections are wrong, we're going to have all this extra money in the bank if we cut the taxes too much and the revenue projections in the future continue to decline, and we don't have as much money as we thought we did. And yet here we are. We haven't even gotten past the second round of debate on our appropriation package for this year, and we're taking more money out of the bank. We are raiding the rainy day fund in the middle of spending all this money. That's concerning. I don't know what it means because I just found out about it. Talking about moving almost $200 million, but I'm concerned. It raises red flags about all of these other expenditures and about the confidence in the projections. I mean, admittedly, Senator Clements, I didn't quite follow everything you were saying, so I'm going to take some time to think about it and maybe talk to some people. But some of the things you talked about sounded like accounting tricks to make things, I don't know what you call it, pencil out in the near term and the long term so that we can still on paper afford these expenditures that we've been talking about. And that,
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. That doesn't seem like the right thing to do. If we can't afford things, then we can't afford things, and we need to find something else to do. We can't spend as much money on the canal. I proposed an out. I gave you guys $125 million. I think I got 11 votes for that. $125 million if we built a canal that was within the compact as opposed to the Cadillac Canal. And now here we are moving $194 million. You'd only need to move you'd only have to move 70 million, 69 million if you had adopted my amendment last week. Would be less concerning, but still concerning that we have to tap into the cash reserve in the middle of the appropriations debate on the floor to make sure there's enough money for the floor going forward for all of the expenditures coming down the road. So I'm going to listen to the debate here and try and understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I'd love to hear from the other appropriators about that as well.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm glad I made it back in time from a meeting off the floor to be here for Senator Clement's amendment, because I think it's pivotal, and I think it's really important that we have robust debate on this measure. I appreciate Senator Clement's explanation in terms of why he brought it forward, but I'll tell you, as a former 8-year member of the Appropriations Committee, there's a lot here that raises some pretty significant red flags for me. So, of course, it goes without saying that we have a requirement in Nebraska, and thankfully that we balance our budget. That's a good thing. I think everybody agrees with that across the state, across the political spectrum. That helps us to keep our fiscal house in order. And thank goodness we do have that, because it has helped us to ensure that we are wise stewards of the taxpayer dollars, and it has helped us to keep our fiscal house in order and to say no when proposals have come forward that would put us out of compliance with ensuring a balanced budget. So when it comes to budgeting, there's some kind of sacrosanct kind of proposals that you need to keep in mind, and that we all should keep in mind, not just members of the Appropriations Committee, because it's all of our obligation and responsibility to pass a budget. We don't supplant federal funds with state funds. We don't pay for ongoing costs with one-time funds, and we leverage dollars where we can. Those are some of the key kind of hallmarks in terms of sound budgeting. Another key hallmark in terms of sound budgeting, and why we consistently have been able to weather economic storms and receive high marks in terms of fiscal sustainability and responsibility, is ensuring we're meeting our benchmarks in regards to the cash reserve. So typically speaking, you need to see that at about 16 or 17%. It's my understanding that without Senator Clement's amendment, which I oppose, if everything kind of shook out in terms of where it is today, the budget would leave our cash reserve at about 18%, just a tick higher than where it would need to be according to sound budgetary principles that have served our state very well. So if we adopt this amendment, it would move us far below that 16-17% benchmark to about 14.5%. Now, that sounds pretty academic, but of course that's millions and millions and millions of dollars. So number one, it's out of step, out of alignment when it comes to sound budgetary principles and in ensuring a robust cash reserve in accordance with sound budgeting principles to meet the challenges on the horizon not yet known or realized. And that cash reserve is critical to doing that. Having served as a member of the Budget Writing Appropriations Committee during some of the deepest recessionary periods, I can tell you that if we didn't have that cash reserve as robust and as strong as possible, it would have been increased taxes and deeper cuts into education and human services and infrastructure and all the other critical core government functions and obligations. The other piece that concerns me perhaps the most, and Senator Kavanaugh and Senator DeBoer started to touch upon this, is that the reason this is being moved is to pay for Kansas-style tax cuts that primarily support the rich. We didn't learn the lesson from our neighbors to the south that when you eviscerate the revenue structure, it's going to have dramatic impacts for things like education and human services and the things that make Nebraska great now and into the future. So the reason this money is being moved into the general fund, thank you, Mr. President, is to pay for those Kansas-style tax cuts that benefit the wealthiest and big corporations, many of them out of state. And let's be clear, it also violates a sound principle of budgeting. We're moving one-time dollars from the cash reserve into the general fund. The general fund is typically think of that as like what pays for our ongoing obligations of government. Once you move money out of the cash reserve, it moves once. That's why we never commit one-time funding for ongoing costs. And that's exactly what's happening here. So it's a violation of ensuring a sound cash reserve, and it's a violation of committing one-time fund to ongoing costs. I was worried we couldn't afford the tax cuts into the future. Friends, this tells me we can't afford them today. That is shocking and deserves robust debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I also rise with, concerns regarding AM 1729, and I wanted to join that conversation. I think the one thing that jumped out at me when I first saw this amendment, which did also come as a surprise to me, is that we are tapping into the cash reserve already. One of the principles that I've sort of learned since I've been here is that the cash reserve fund is supposed to be something that we only touch or tap into when we need to. I understand that there are certain long-term ongoing projects that do utilize cash reserve funds based on the robust nature of our current cash reserve, and I understand that can sometimes be helpful, but in speaking with those who came before us, one of the things that I absorbed was that the cash reserve fund is intended to be there for vast economic downturn. It's intended to be there in case of an emergency, as opposed to something that can kind of be moved around and played with. I do understand that the cash reserve is currently larger than we are used to seeing. And as I have, I think, on the floor and in committee expressed concerns about our current financial state and some of the decisions that we are making and how it's going to affect that financial state, one of the resounding choruses that I've heard each time is, don't worry, our reserve is actually fine. It started at 1.6 billion. Don't worry, we have 1.6 billion in there. And then it was reduced each time we talked about it. And so I was concerned when I saw initial estimates of the cash reserve moving forward. According to the general fund financial status that we got back on May 1st, there's a structural reduction in our cash reserve between now and 26-27. And what I mean by that, to try to put this simpler, is that it goes from 1.5 billion to 1 billion to 980 million to 930 million to 889 million, essentially, by 26-27. So with nothing changing, with no modifications in our current law and taking into account only the law that currently exists, our cash reserve is already on a downward decline. And by 26-27, we still have, according to this, 880 million in there, but that's around the number that I was told is about as low as you want to go. And so my concern remains that there's going to be this structural reduction in our cash reserve. And in the event of an economic downturn or in the event of any kind of actual emergency, we will have tapped into our savings account in such a way that we don't have left what we need moving forward. So then the question is, how does that interact with what we're currently talking about? And I think that others have hit the nail on the head, where there's been concern about the tax cuts that we're talking about, as well as some of the expenditures. I do think people have been very honest that these tax cuts this entire time, we knew they'd have to be tweaked, and we knew there'd be certain things coming in and coming out. And I know that we don't know what the final ones look like yet with regard to what's going to be included or what's not. But that being said, if you look at our green sheet, colleagues, that we get every day, it has on there the 715 million, essentially, of the money that we have to play with above that minimum reserve. And then on the back sheet, it has the estimates of all of the expenditures that are on final reading and all of the expenditures that are on select reading for both this upcoming fiscal year and the one after. And then it has the revenue reductions that are on final and the revenue reductions that are on select for both 23-24 and 24-25. If you add all of those together for the upcoming biennium, and take them into account as expenditures as well as loss and reduction, and so we just call that money we're not going to have by the end of the biennium, my understanding, and I'm not a mathematician here, but just doing that simple addition, is it comes out to $1.1 billion. 1.1 billion by the end of the fiscal year 24-25. Thank you, Mr. President, by the end of that biennium. So that 1.1 billion is above the 715 million that we see as sort of that money to play with above the minimum reserve. So I guess my question is, even with this injection of money from the cash reserve into the general fund, which I just generally think I philosophically disagree with, given that that should be our savings and we shouldn't be tapping into it for a one-time expense, but even with that expenditure, it seems like we're still not going to hit where we need to be. if every single bill that is on select and final that currently has a fiscal note on the screen sheet passes. And I don't know if they will, I don't know, and they're going to be modified potentially. And again, I think we can continue to have that conversation, but that's what raises my red flags. And I just want to make sure that people are paying attention to this as we continue to have these revenue and appropriations conversations, because taken together, I just want to make sure that we're in a sound financial state moving forward. And I hope we continue to have a conversation about that and what our actual financial status is going to be into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, I'll probably be up several times on the subject of the cash fund and appropriations. So if you brought your green book to the floor today, or if you didn't, maybe you can have your staff bring it to you. The cash reserve fund on page 3, it lays out what we have spent out of the cash reserve fund in 22-23 and in 23-24. But let me back up and start where I was going to start when I first punched my light. I want to thank Senator Clemens and the Appropriations Committee for being transparent, telling us what's going on, telling us what bills are in the appropriations bills. Because for those of us that were here last year, when the appropriations bill came to the floor, there were amendments stacked so no one else could talk except one chairman and the chairman of appropriations. We didn't get to any other amendments. We had no idea what was going on, and we could not ask any questions. So I just want to make sure for the new several freshmen that you understand that the way this is going this year is more transparent, more open, and more fluid than any time since I've been here. On page 3, it goes through all the spending we have done out of the cash reserve fund. And I don't remember, maybe I was sleeping, I don't remember people screaming about spending. And if you go to page 8, it shows you what we historically had in the cash reserve. And we've gone all the way from, well, when they started, it's 1.7% back in the 90s, and we've dropped down to 2.3, we've dropped down to 9.4. And in the year that we got elected, or the first year my class was here, which everybody always says we were broke, which we weren't, we ended up with 15.7% in cash reserve. We thought we were broke because forecasting board met and said we weren't going to have any money, and then it turned out we did have money. And none of this is against Chairman Stinner. Chairman Stinner decided when we did 1107, here's what's messing up the books. And we're going to get out of it next year, but it's still in it this year. When we did 1107, Chairman Stinner was concerned about the property tax credit fund, or what we call Tier 2. And he said that we couldn't put money in that unless anything that was not more than 3.5% of the forecast. So you had the forecast, and then you had to take 3.5% of it, and then anything over that could go in the cash fund. Not could go, will go into the cash fund. So we've been living under that for now 5 years. So automatically now, anything over 3.5%, and we're only budgeting 3%, which is actually 2% below the historical average, is going in the cash reserve fund. Next year, that goes away. Next year, we'll go back, and I hope if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. Next year, we will go back to the way we've done in the past when we actually put money in the cash reserve fund. So this has been an upside down process. We are fine with money. We have, okay, we're only going to have 800 million in the cash reserve fund, but let's not forget, over here, we have the Education Trust Fund, which is going to have $1 billion. So really, if we want to look for money laying around, we're at almost $2 billion. So to stand up today, when we're about to go to tax cuts next, when we get the budget done, to say, oh, we don't have any money. We have money. If we want to look for money, we can go back and start lining through all the spending we're doing in the cash fund. I will stay engaged. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I tracked down the person that signed the letter to us. I didn't have a contact beyond what everybody else had, but I have tracked down the individual whose name is on the letter, and they are doing their due diligence to get me an accurate answer to Senator Linehan's questions. And when I have that, I will share it with everyone. So just wanted to give that update about the letter, that I was able to find someone, actually the person who signed the letter, and this individual is talking with their legal office to make sure that they get us an accurate answer to the question of what does updated on May 4th, 2023 mean. So when I have that, I will take another time in the queue and share that information with everyone. And if they give me something in writing, I will forward it on to the full legislature. So there we go. I will say that the letter itself says, the letter to us about the Human Rights Campaign's letter signed on by 300 businesses does say the letter was first released in early 2020 and has since quadrupled in size, now featuring over 300 large businesses and counting that oppose efforts to enact discriminatory legislation. Many of these businesses have operations in the state of Nebraska. I would draw your attention to the specific section of the letter. Quote, "These bills would harm our team members and their families, stripping them of opportunities and making them feel unwelcome and at risk in their own communities. As such, it can be exceedingly difficult for us to recruit the most qualified candidates for jobs in states that pursue such laws. And these measures can place substantial burdens on the families of our employees who already reside in these states. Legislation promoting discrimination directly affects our businesses, whether or not it occurs in the workplace." So I would encourage everyone to read over the letter that was sent to us and the attached letter that was sent to the governor, the business statement on anti-LGBTQ state legislation. It is not specific to any one bill. It is encompassing all legislation. So no, it does not specifically say LB 574, 575. It is talking about all legislation that targets LGBTQ individuals. And I hope to get the answers that will satisfy the attempts to diminish the impact of this letter and to disqualify the substance and reality of this letter. So I will continue to work on that and keep the body and the public abreast as the information becomes available to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the most awkward thing where you're having a 5-minute conversation and then you wait a half an hour and you have the second half of that 5-minute conversation. But we'll see if we can pick up where we left off, Senator Clements. So several things I've heard since then. Senator Clements, would you yield to a question?
Senator Clemens, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Clements, okay, so we're going to end up with about $780 million in our cash reserve. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we had originally been, our goal was 950 million in the cash reserve.
Yes.
So is that because we're spending more money than we had originally wanted to spend?
No, it's to carry forward more general funds. It's reducing the amount of transfer from general funds to the cash reserve, but to carry forward cash reserve, general fund excess.
Okay, so yeah, that was something we were talking before, and you know, I'm not on a probe, so sometimes I don't have all the vernaculars. So this carry forward general funds, why would we keep it in the general fund as opposed to just putting it in the cash reserve and keeping it that way? Why are we carrying more money in the general fund?
These were general fund dollars in the first place. The transfer that we did was the entire amount of excess. And this is just reducing this.
I get that. I get that. Is there a specific reason? Do we have some purpose we're going to put these excess general funds to?
To carry forward to future years. And my understanding is it will make the tax package sustainable.
So we're using basically one-time funds from now to put it in the general fund, to keep them in the general fund, so that in the future, we can pay for the tax cuts that we do this year.
I believe so, but I haven't been even myself given all the moving parts.
Okay.
But that's how I would explain it, that the extra funds that we're keeping in general funds are not because we're going to spend them this year.
Okay. So can I ask you another question about the education? This is a different topic now, switching topics. The Education Future Fund, we heard Senator Linehan say that we can use that money, I guess, as like a rainy day fund if we're worried about how much money we have in the rainy day fund. What are the statutory purposes around which the Education Future Fund can be used?
Currently, it's to fund TIOSA and special education and foundation aid for public schools.
And is there enough money in there to do that? I mean, without putting more money in there, how long will that money last us to do those purposes?
I've been told that the $1 billion in 5 or maybe 7 years would still have $500 million in it. So there's probably about 500 million extra dollars just for a cushion in there.
So that $500 million that will be still in the Education Future Fund, is that without any additional funding of the Education Future Fund, or is that after more transfers have been made in?
Yeah, that's with transferring $250 million in every year, but taking 300 out for the school aid.
1 minute. That's perfect. That gets me to my question. So we're going to take about $300 million out of the Education Future Fund every year to fund the things that we want to fund with it.
And put 250 in.
Okay. So assuming we have the money to put 250 in, we'll be just 50 short each year.
Yes. And the $1 billion is so that if there is a year we can't put 250 in, then we could draw that down. But it was to give some assurance to the public schools.
So, but if we can't put any money into it, it sounds like we'd be out of money in 3.5 years?
I don't see that happening. I think we'll prioritize this pretty highly, this transfer.
But that makes me a little nervous about using it as a second rainy day fund if we're using money fast. I mean, if we're using the money that's in there, it does seem to be a little bit of a nerve-wracking
There would
thing.
have to be very desperate times to do that.
Senator.
There's no plan for that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Raybold, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this conversation and dialogue, and these are some of the concerns I've had from the very beginning with this very generous corporate and individual income tax credits going forward. I know we'll have a further discussion on it tomorrow, but I've suggested that we need breaks because some of the preliminary information that was handed out at the very beginning of our session showed that in 2025 and the year 2026, we're going to be in a deficit with the funds that we will need. And the reality is a good chunk of what we're showing today of that $714 million is really going to fund that corporate and individual income tax cuts. So these things are truly, truly not sustainable, particularly when we have to already tap into our reserve, cash reserves to be able to fund that. And, there is no doubt we are flush with cash, but we're doing some things that are truly transformative. Putting $1 billion in for school funding and committing to that $250 million a year in itself is a big, huge deal and should be treated just as that. We have been doing individual tax cuts since 2020. LB 873 had individual tax cuts going. The problem is in LB 754, they're all accelerated to keep going down lower. It's as if we're playing limbo and trying to go as low as we possibly can compared to the rest of our states. There's no return on investment by paying out to corporations and giving these generous, accelerated income tax cuts to the wealthiest individuals. What's the return on investment? At one of my times on the mic, we talked about the income economic multiplier. When you give out tax cuts like this, what's the return? What does it generate for your economy? And doing things like the corporate and individual income tax cuts do not generate the things that we want. You know, we've been doing the corporate income tax cuts. How many companies have actually come and relocated to our state of Nebraska? I've asked that of so many of our state senators here. What are the numbers? What can we bank on? But when we keep lowering these income taxes, that's going to have a dramatic impact. We cannot sustain it. We cannot afford it. And so I really appreciate Senator Clemens' efforts on this, but Senator Clemens, would you be willing to answer a couple of questions?
Senator Clements, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Clemens, can you tell me, after we've done the forecasting, the recent forecasting, did the numbers change for this fiscal year and next fiscal year when it came to the corporate tax cuts as well as the individual income tax cuts? Did those numbers get bumped up further?
The tax cuts from last session were considered in the forecast. They lowered this current fiscal year 80 million, but they raised the next one 25 and the following 55. So they added 80 million in the future.
But that's just in the forecasted amount.
That's in the forecast, including the statutory tax rates that we have presently.
And I know Senator DeBoer had asked you questions about some of the statutory limitations that for us are like guardrails. So we can actually access that 1 billion that we have in the school's future fund?
No, but not without a statutory change.
Okay.
We'd have to pass a bill to change the use of that fund. It's currently locked in for education.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And what about that $250 million annual commitment?
That is in the budget for this 2 years, but we cannot commit future spending of legislatures. But it is in the language. It says we intend to put 250 million in each year. We can't bind the future budget.
Thank you, Senator Clements.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am glad to see the queue has some people engaged in this conversation because it was quite a contrast that we saw almost as full of a queue in a $200,000 amendment I brought forward just moments ago and then headed to pull back on because there were concerns about price tag and other matters. So here we've got multi-million-dollar budgetary shift and change on the agenda on the board here today to prop up Kansas-style tax cuts that I'll tell you, I expressed concerns at the outset of the budget debate and the tax cut debate about equity and about sustainability. And those policy underpinnings and concerns remain in regards to the tax debate and in regards to the budgetary debate. And to be clear, I know Senator Linehan and others have been sincerely and consistently clear in their policy goal to provide additional tax relief for Nebraskans. That is a legitimate political goal, and I think we all appreciate and understand Senator Linehan and others' tenacity in that regard. But I do want to make sure to put in context and connect the dots for how this budget and how this specific amendment should raise so many red flags about whether or not indeed the tax package before us is equitable or sustainable, because I think it really calls it into question and puts a very fine point on things. So if you look at a recent article, an op-ed from the Nebraska Examiner, two fiscal conservatives, our former colleague, Senator Paul Shoemaker, Senator Kurt Friesen, write about how unsustainable and inequitable the tax packages before us are. And they help to distill the fact that what we're trying to do with the tax breaks in this year's legislature took us over a decade to do in previous years, because there was a more fiscally conservative, cautious approach to meeting our state obligations and to providing tax relief to our citizens, including our corporate citizens. So just take that one glimpse, that one piece of feedback from our former colleagues who, again, are no wild-eyed liberals when it comes to fiscal or tax policy or budgetary policy. We're trying to do this year in terms of tax relief what it took us over a decade to do previously. And that's how big these tax cuts are. And the concerns, not only in terms of sustainability, but also have to go back to equity. And I want to talk about how the dots are connected with Senator Breezy's bill and the Education Cash Fund. And I want to talk about who the taxes really benefit. The tax cuts really benefit. So in some ways, I appreciate, and Senator Linehan's right on, once we create a cash fund or a future fund or whatever else it might be, of course, we can't bind future legislatures. So people can come back in the future if they hit an economic downturn or otherwise and sweep that. But it also kind of goes to prove the point about why schools are wary about this proposal and why there's a great deal of unease, I think, amongst education stakeholders across the state, is because in some ways we kind of said the quiet part out loud there. We're taking $1 billion off the table to put in this education future fund, which actually is great, and people have been talking about for a really long time, to stabilize economic downturns and protect education funding. Those are noble, worthy policy goals that I agree with. But now it's being propped up as kind of a mini cash reserve, or go ahead and raid that when we can't pay for these tax cuts down the road. That is exactly what people are concerned about. And now we have that kind of clearly on the record, which definitely makes me concerned. The other piece that I want to talk about is just the equity, in addition to the sustainability, for what we're really scrambling around trying to do with this amendment and overall. There's a host of components in the tax package in LB 754 with smaller or more modest price tags, including a child care tax credit that can help some families in need. The big driver is a 3.99% cut for the richest Nebraskans and corporate citizens that has a $700 million plus fiscal note. And the top 1% who will benefit from that, making over $603,000 per year.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, it looks like we've gotten into a discussion on sustainability of what we're going to put in place here, as we well should. We should talk about sustainability. And sitting on the Revenue Committee and the Education Committee, I, along with my fellow committee members, have had ample chance to talk about those issues. We had plenty of opportunity to quiz Budget Director Lee Will extensively at those hearings on his thoughts on sustainability, on his thoughts on how we're going to pay for this, how we can easily afford this. And he explained in detail, I shouldn't say easily, but he explained in detail how we can afford this. And it is sustainable. It does cash flow. It cash flows for the near term, cash flows for the long term. I'm comfortable with his position on this, and I share his belief that it is sustainable in the long run. We have a resilient ag-based economy that is well suited to weather economic cycles. The tax relief represented in this package will also enhance and create even more growth and add to the economic stability of our state. First thing I do is I draw your attention to the green sheet that we get here every morning and note that the projected amounts in the cash reserve fund hover around the $900 million area for the foreseeable future. And note above that area, there on line 30 of the general, there's something called the general fund financial status entitled the variance from the minimum reserve. And note that by fiscal year 26-27, it's almost $2 billion. And that's on top of the minimum reserve of nearly $400 million found on line 30. And note how they got here. They did it with a very conservative projection on revenue growth. And you find that on line 35. There, the rate and base adjusted revenue growth is projected at 3.5% and 4.7% for the following biennium. And I would submit to you that those are very conservative numbers. Because you look again at line 35, we are projecting revenue growth below the average for 5 years in a row. I don't think we've ever had 5 years in a row of below average revenue growth. In fact, in the last 40 years, I believe the longest string of below average revenue growth was 3 years. And here we're projecting 5 years of below average. That is a very conservative position to take. And then if you find the Appropriations Committee preliminary report from February of 2023, there on page 7 is described the methodology normally used by the fiscal office in predicting out-year revenue growth. Under this method, the out years are calculated by determining what rate of growth it would take to achieve a 5-year average growth rate similar to the 40-year average, minus 0.25. And the 40-year average is 5.4%. So here, if we use that traditional methodology for 25 and 26 and 26, 27, we'd look at line 35 and plug in 3.9% for 22, 23, 4.0% for the following year, 3.7 for 24, 25. And we would calculate and determine that to get to the historical average of 5.4% minus 25, we'd be predicting roughly 7.1% growth for 26 and 27. And those of you on the Revenue and Appropriations Committee will likely remember the joint meeting we had to form a consensus
1 minute.
on, thank you, Mr. President, to form a consensus on projected revenue and appropriation growth in the out years. And I believe that Keisha indicated at that hearing something similar than what I'm stating, the 7.1%, if that historical average methodology was used. So instead of 3.7% or 3.5%, whatever it was, 3.5 and 4.7, if you use the historical or the traditional approach to predicting revenue growth, we'd be at around 7.1%. And she submitted that as well, I believe, or she suggested that would be the case as well if we use that methodology. So I would submit we are being very conservative on our estimates here. And also note we're stepping in most aspects of the tax relief packages. Future bodies can hit the pause button if necessary, but I would submit to you that it is likely not going to be necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I think this is actually a really good conversation to be having. And I think Senator Breezy's correct. We're probably going to be having this discussion regarding sustainability on this, as well as some of the other future tax packages that we're going to be discussing. And so I think it's good that we're kind of digging into this, because up until now, I think we've talked a lot about appropriations, at least with regards to these bills. But it's two sides of the same coin. You can't have a conversation about expenditures without also having conversations about the revenue that you have in order to afford those expenditures. And so going back to the general fund financial status, this is obviously from the fiscal office, and it's what we've all been looking at with regards to the amount of money that we have on the floor to spend now, as well as at the end of the 26-27 biennium. So that $715 million is what we have to play with right now, and then assuming all the estimates from this financial status sheet are correct, we would have the $2 billion in 26-27. What that, and I've highlighted this before, but I want to make sure I'm very, very clear about this. What that does not take into account are modifications of our current law. So the general fund financial status that's contained in the green sheet, the general fund financial status that we received on May 1st, all of the estimates that we've had a chance to review thus far are under what the current law is. And my understanding is that does take into account the reduction of taxes, I believe, for income and corporate tax down to the 5.84 that was approved by this body previously, because that is current law. And so as this stair steps, as that tax stair steps down, it is taken into account with the upcoming bienniums and then the out years. But what this doesn't take into account with regards to the general fund is a potential future reduction in our revenue stream. And so when we look at the numbers that say that we are fine moving forward, and I agree with Senator Breezy, we talked about this at great length in the Revenue Committee hearings, and I want to commend a lot of the folks who came in, Lee Will and others, with data that we asked for to be able to have this conversation. But one of the concerns that I did express in there was that the numbers that we are currently looking at with regards to our general fund and our cash reserve moving forward that say, hey, I think we're okay to do all this, don't take into account the proposed reductions. And my concern has always been that if we continue to reduce the taxes while also essentially promising that we are going to fulfill this obligation with regards to the Educational Future Fund, you're seeing a reduction in how much money you're getting and an increase in how much money you're spending. And that's the kind of thing that, at least personally for my budget, was always problematic. I understand state budgets are much more complicated than that, and there's a lot of moving pieces. I've been learning a lot in the last year here, but having spoken with many experts and having spoken with people who agree or disagree about what we're doing, I remain concerned. And the reason for that, again, and this amendment we're talking about is moving money from the cash reserve into the general fund. It sounds like the reason we're doing that is there's not enough money on the floor for the things that are currently proposed. And I understand sometimes you do have to dip into your savings account in order to make a big payment. That's how we all live life, right? A big thing comes up and you dip into your savings account and you buy something, you have to, right? Your furnace explodes or something like that. But it's usually an emergency situation, and it's usually something that you don't just opt to do. And so the fact that we are opting to do this in order to effectuate all of the revenue reductions and to accommodate all of the appropriation expenditures seems problematic for me if this entire time the red flag has always been, I don't know if we can afford this. We look at the numbers, we compare what's being—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, reduced to what's being spent, and we are already far exceeding that $715 million. It would seem to me that the wise thing to do, rather than to transfer money from the savings account into the checkings account, to make it simple, is actually look at what we're spending. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that reduction in the cash reserve moving forward. Again, it goes from 1.5 billion down to 880 million. That is not even taking into account any future expenditures from the cash reserve in 25, 26, and 26, 27. So there's already a massive reduction that we're seeing in that does not take into account any future spending. So in 24, 25, when the budget's coming up next, any future appropriations that people put into that is going to further reduce that cash reserve down below that 880 million. And so we don't know how much that's going to be tapped into, and I just think it would be in our best interest as a state to continue to have a robust cash reserve and only tap into it when necessary, as opposed to in order to accommodate a host of reductions that aren't maybe quite as necessary in the immediate future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's certainly an interesting conversation that we're having today. I think the concern about spending is ill-timed. I don't think this is spending. This is taking some money from one account and putting it in another. It may be a little bit like having a checking account and a savings account. Our cash reserve is kind of our savings account. Our checking account is kind of like the general fund. And we're putting money in the general fund, reserving it for future years to kind of help fund that in future years instead of leaving it in the cash reserve. Beyond the cash reserve balance and what we're putting in this general fund, there's still $714 million left for tax cuts and or spending on bills that we pass from the floor. So that's where the fight should be. What are we going to spend that $715 million on? And if we don't spend it all, it'll increase the cash reserve. The statutory minimum in our kind of checking account, so to speak, is around 3%, but there is precedent for having dipped into that. One year when we were really struggling with the budget, we changed the statute to a lower percentage so we could spend more of that money. So that $300 or $400 million in some ways is a cushion. Plus, we're still going to have $700 million in the cash reserve with all this said and done. And when we first got elected 5 years ago, it was down to $250 million. So we've had $500 million added to that. Plus, we set aside $1 billion for funding of schools. So we've had a dramatic turnaround to this point. And our increase in spending is 2%, and our projection at revenue growth is historically 5 or 6%, but we're figuring on 4%. So we're going to should have some spread there to operate on. And if we don't, then we're going to have to make adjustments. That's what the cash reserve is for. That's why we have legislatures do budgets every 2 years. You make adjustments to account for actual empirical evidence that you have from how the economy's doing and how much money you're spending. With inflation, there could be more revenue because things cost more. Sales tax might be up. People might make more money because of the scale of wage increases. It remains to be seen. But I think to take all the money that we've enjoyed as revenue here in the last year or two and not give some of it back to the citizens, I think is wrong, because we set rates to cover our expenses and just a little bit more. And right now we're covering our expenses plus a lot more. So I think it makes sense to give some of that back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd really like to follow up a little bit on the comments that were just made by Senator Mosier, and he's spot on. Let's understand what we're dealing with here, folks. We're talking about, as Senator Mosier indicated, we had a bill first. It's a spending bill. We're also dealing with the savings account now. That's the bill. That's the fund that we're talking about now. But let's think about how this reserve got built to the level it is. It's because we overcharged the taxpayers. Which taxpayers did we overcharge? Well, I think we'd start with the ones who actually pay taxes. Okay, and guess who they are? Guess who those people are that pay the big taxes in this state? Why is it such a foreign concept that we give them their money back? But we're not even doing that. We're not giving them their money back. What we're doing is we're going to provide tax reductions for future years so that we don't take as much from them, so that we build this reserve up again. And what we're doing now with this big pile of money, as the governor would say, bushel baskets and bushel baskets full of money, is we're making some one-time investments, and we've got a lot of people looking to do other things with those dollars. To the extent that we make real investments, such as investments into education, investments into the Perkins County Canal, and yeah, we can say we don't need that water today. 20 years from now, we're going to be really glad that we got that water as cheaply as we did and that we preserved the right to that water. Those are investments. But we owe it to the taxpayers of the state of Nebraska to stop overcharging them. And that's what we're going to be talking about when we get to the tax side of this thing, is how we stop overcharging our taxpayers in this state and how we responsibly use the surpluses we're dealing with today and make the right kinds of investments. Let me also explain that when we're talking about putting money to public education, it isn't that there's $1 billion going this fund that's going to be a reserve in case we can't continue with the obligations that we're committing to the public schools today. I will also tell you that a large share of that money that's going to the public schools is intended for property tax reduction. So this isn't a huge windfall of new money. It's going to replace some of the money that they're taking from the property taxpayers today, which we've talked about before, who have had about all they can take in terms of taxation. Public schools take about 50% of your property tax bill. We're going to get that down by bringing money from the state, giving it to the public schools, particularly those that are not equalized today, and asking them then to reduce their property tax levies. So guess what happens if down the road there's issues being able to fund public schools? We've got the future fund, and they can always go back to property taxes. So they're going to be there. What we have to be careful of is that we don't go out and we starting new programs that are just giving money away because everybody needs that, or at least that's what we're always told. If we stick to making one-time investments, thank you, Mr. President. If we stick to one-time investments, solid, sound investments, do the right investments into public education, we're going to be in a position to make our tax code competitive. And guess what? If you want to talk about the real corporations, the ones that are headquartered in Nebraska, the ones that pay real taxes in Nebraska, what they care about is what they're paying in taxes. I will guarantee you that. That's what they care about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I agree with everything Senator Jacobson said. The editorial op-ed, that was in the Nebraska Examiner by two of our former colleagues, I thought I addressed this pretty clearly the other day, but since it came up again, I'm going to repeat what I said the other day. Whenever you're reading that op-ed from former members, and in the second paragraph, it says, however, there seem to be very few in the legislature who care about the state's financial health, especially looking beyond the next election. I would suggest you stop on that phrase and think if that's true. So do we think there are very few people in here who care about the financial health of the state? Really? 49 of us come down here 12 hours a day. We're passionate, work hard, sit in committees, but we don't care? That's where y'all should have stopped reading. Then we go on, and it says, when we were here, revenues were consistently down. So I'm not going to repeat it, but if you go to your budget book, page 11, you can see that that is simply not true. In the time they were here, maybe revenues down. I don't think they were ever down before the year before. They may have been not above the year before. And then it says we were cutting programs and services. So again, go to page 19 in your budget book, and you will see that we have not been cutting programs or services. Imagine for the last 10 to 12 years, they've increased significantly. So we hear, that we have hard time with critical thinking with young people. We should not have a hard time with critical thinking in the legislature. We can get up and we can say, oh, the tax cuts are just for the rich. They're just for the corporations. But if we're talking numbers, which the budget is about numbers, and I'm sorry, tax cuts are about numbers. Let's talk about, we had an earlier conversation today where we all wanted to talk about data. We don't have enough data. We don't have enough numbers. So instead of the emotion and inflammatory language, let's talk about real numbers. The rich, we're only giving income taxes to the rich. Here's where the top bracket starts for head of households currently at $52,980. I don't know. That doesn't sound rich to me. The next bracket, which also is above $399, starts at $35,480. We're talking about middle-class Nebraska. Now, will the rich, whatever that's a data point we can start with, which I've never gotten anybody to have a consensus in the legislature on. What is rich? Am I rich if I make $50,000 a year? $100,000 a year? $100,000 might be great if I'm single, not so good if you got 4 kids or any of them going to college. So if people are going to get up and talk adjectives, let's talk about numbers and what you're talking about. If you're going to get up and say it's only for the rich, define to me what the rich is.
1 minute.
We have, the Revenue Committee have worked very hard on it. The green sheet is wrong. We will have amendments on the income tax bill tomorrow to lower the cost of the income tax package. I have said that from the beginning, that it's bigger than we'll be able to afford, and we will have to cut back from the income tax package, and we have been working on that, and it will be less. But what we will not back away from is getting Nebraska's top rate down to competitive with other states. We have to do that, folks, or we're going to be in trouble. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Breezy would like to recognize 50 fourth grade students from St. Paul Public School in St. Paul, Nebraska, sitting in the north balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome, kids from St. Paul. Nice to see you. Cool shirts. I appreciate the conversation and everybody's perspective. And I didn't push into comment on Senator Linehan's comments, but there's a few things. First off, Senator Linehan, I'm going to apologize or out myself. I didn't read that editorial. I didn't read the only part of it that I know is the parts that you've read on the microphone, the times you've read it. So I did take your statements to heart. Didn't read any further than the part that you told me to stop reading at. And as to whether people in this body care about the financial state of the health of the state, I really do think people in this body care about the financial health of the state. I mean, I have had a number of, I would consider spirited, constructive, interesting arguments with Senator Linehan about tax policy, with Senator Breezy about tax policy, and others who aren't here anymore. Senator Friesen, who was here, he and I would argue pretty regularly about tax policy, and often we would be on opposite sides or be on the same side for different reasons. So I don't doubt the intentions of the people in this body. I'm concerned. I have a different perspective about what we should be prioritizing. But the reason that, as I said earlier, that this particular amendment is concerning to me is We've had a lot of conversations about the tax policy in particular, but I mean, I know we've all had conversations about the spending parts, because there's a lot of spending out there, and it's not exactly focused, through a deliberate process. And once we get done with the budget, we have a lot of spending that we've maybe come out of disparate committees, and that's a little concerning, but we can have that conversation and fight in that context at that point in time. But the tax bills are a big part of this spending, essentially. I mean, the foregone money that the tax bills, we will forego as a result of these tax cut bills is a concern, and we should be deliberate about it. And so I appreciate this conversation. But the reason this particular amendment is concerning is that we've been told all along that the tax policy is sustainable. And as Senator Breezy just said, there was testimony presented or presentation given about how this all works out, how it cash flows, I think is what Senator Breezy said, how this will cash flow. But what I'd heard all these many months is, one, that the projections were good. And of course, the forecasting board came back and downgraded this year by 80 million, even though the current receipts, I think, are 150 million below what the original projection was, and then raised next year's projection by 80 million. So it leveled out in their projections, which is, great, convenient, right? But we were also told that this was sustainable because we would have the rainy day fund. It was so robust. And I do agree with Senator Jacobson that, we have too much money. We should return it to the people of Nebraska. Of course, I've brought a bill the last 2 years that would do just that, direct return to taxpayers, which hasn't gone anywhere, but it was one suggestion of a methodology by which we could return tax dollars to Nebraskans. But we have an obligation, aside from making sure that we're not charging people too much, but to make sure that the government functions sustainably. And one of those good public policy is to have a strong—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Strong rainy day fund. And we were told we did, and we would continue to have that. But the concern is, midway through, we are going into the rainy day fund in the middle of these bills, in the middle of this conversation. If this were the original plan, if everything was going as we had predicted, and this was working out, why wasn't this part of the original plan? Why do we need to make a change in the middle? Why is there an amendment here? I know Senator Clements said after the projections, this number needed to change, but the budget didn't come out until after the projections. I know the Appropriations Committee met after the Forecasting Board and could have factored this in at that point. So that's why I'm concerned about this. That's why this raises red flags and makes me suspicious about the sustainability of the potential expenditures we're talking about and the potential tax cuts we're talking about. So I will continue to listen to what people have to say about this.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the dialogue that we're having, and it does go beyond just tax cuts, corporate tax cuts, individual tax cuts. It's really something that I've struggled with, the commitment of the state to live up to their financial obligations that we are tying us to in this budget. And also, I just want to say, I'm no Pollyanna, but I do look at numbers every single day. And to me, the economic forecast is not so rosy as everyone would like to paint it out to be. I mean, we had some good news today. The CPI inflation rate is at 4.9%, which is great. That's the lowest it's been since last year, but it's still at 4.9%. And I don't think we need to look any further than our book that we have on page 21. I mean, even from a distance, if you look at the graph, it's going down in the wrong direction for the years 24, 25. And that's the concern I have when we make these tremendous financial commitments. I can only share with you my government experience. When I was on the county board, we had to dip into our reserves And the reason why we had to dip into our reserves is the state of Nebraska chose not to pay the state aid to cities and counties. For the county, it was 1.4 million. That doesn't seem like a big amount, but we had to dip into our reserves for that. And also in the fact that the state chose not to pay us our jail reimbursements was $5.8 million. That's a big number. So we had to dig into our reserves. On the city council, we didn't dig into our reserves at all, with one big exception. We wanted to get rid of the backlog of capital improvements expenditures that we had neglected and deferred for so many years for our law enforcement vehicles, but most importantly, our Lincoln firefighters. And so we did it. We dipped into the reserve one time. We didn't transfer the reserves to keep our budget going and flowing based on some of the commitments that we're making. So when I talk about it's not so rosy, I just looked at the numbers again, and these are from the U.S. Census Business Formation Statistics by state. The state of Nebraska is failing in 3 of the 4 indicators of business formation. There's only one indicator that we're on par and leading in when it comes to the Midwestern states around us. But the other 3 indicators we're failing not only in the Midwest surrounding states, but in the United States. So these are some of the concerns that I see when we do our forecasting. And I wanted to go back to one of the comments Senator John Kavanaugh made. Maybe we need to look at some of the other capital investments we're making, like a jail. Senator McKinney has made the best case why we should not be doing it. We should be doing some of the criminal justice reforms that we have studied over the years that are much more cost effective. Senator Kavanaugh said we shouldn't be building the Perkins Canal as huge for a capacity that we might have maybe once or twice a year. That's kind of like that expression, you don't build a church for Easter Sunday. You just don't make those kind of investments. So these are some of the things and the baggage that I bring going forward. And Senator Breezy, you made a great comment. I want to be optimistic. So let's work with our budget. Let's put in our budget economic triggers that put a brake on these corporate—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. These corporate and individual income tax cuts, if we don't have the general funds, which this chart on page 21 looks like we're going in the downward direction, that should give everyone a pause. Let's put triggers in. I have amendments that would put triggers in based on what the general fund is, based on the condition of our cash reserve. These are the things that we as state senators should be focused on, making really sound, conservative fiscal policy that doesn't bind our future senators in commitments that we cannot live up to. And the state of Nebraska, unfortunately, has a reputation of not living up to these financial commitments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak, and this is your 3rd time.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the invigorating debate on this important matter before us in AM 1729, which I urge you to reject. And I wanted to add just a few more additional points of debate. I appreciate the comments from my friend, Senator Moser, but do just want to push back a bit. He was questioning the perhaps timing of having a spending discussion at this point in time. And I just wanted to reaffirm and remind everybody, we're debating the budget. So this is absolutely the right time to have a spending discussion. Perhaps it didn't come out as he intended, but I did just want to clarify that piece there. As to my friends, Senator Moser and Jacobson and Linehan, and I think my friend Senator Kavanaugh talked about this very artfully, I don't disagree that when we have the opportunity to provide tax relief to our citizens, including our corporate citizens, that we should work together to provide tax relief. That's a worthy, noble, and important goal. The question that I'm bringing forward, that others are bringing forward, is whether or not the tax relief packages before us are fiscally sustainable or are equitable for all of our Nebraska neighbors. I voted for them in the first round in good faith to let the debate carry forward, to learn more about building up a first of its kind child tax credit. I think the Social Security tax relief components are important, but if you look at the real meat of the tax bills that we're looking at, it's the drop in the rate to $399 for the wealthiest Nebraskans and on the corporate income tax. That's the $700 million plus driver that's causing us to already shift money around because we can't afford the tax cuts today, not into the future, today. So that's what we need to talk about. And the reason the cash reserve is so robust is because we're awash in one-time federal funds, not because we're overtaxing our citizens writ large and consistently. You have to be able to tease out that structural issue and imbalance. And we can't commit those one-time funds to ongoing expenditures, like massive tax cuts. I appreciate and understand that Senator Jacobson and others are very passionate about this issue, as are we. But I would just point out for the fact, again, I just don't believe in trickle-down economics. I don't think they work. I think that's proven. And it's not academic. We have the horrifying cautionary tale out of our sister state, our neighboring state of Kansas, that shows when you cut taxes too deep and too fast, it almost wrecked their state and their education system. And they're slowly clawing out of that fiscal nightmare. And to tread down that path is wrongheaded, is misguided from my perspective. The other thing that I just want to lift up in particular is, again, how inequitable these tax cuts are. And Senator Jacobson is absolutely inaccurate when he says that low-income working people or middle-income people don't pay taxes or don't pay a lot of taxes. Actually, the research is exactly the opposite. When you look at a percentage of their overall income, they pay more in taxes than those in the highest tax brackets. Now, he might be talking about dollars and cents. I'm talking about percentages. So maybe that's why we're at a different point of view or perspective in terms of this issue. But I think what matters most is the percentage. If you have very limited means and you're paying 10, 15, 18% of your family income in taxes writ large, and if you have a considerable amount in your family income and you're paying a lot less than that, it hits in a different way. And I just wanted to clarify that for the record. So I think we should have triggers. I think that we should perhaps time out the tax cuts so that when and if we can meet the rosy projections that Senator Breezy and others are counting on, then no problem. Then we mete out the tax cuts in a responsible way without having to risk our education, human services, or infrastructure.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate the conversation, but I really appreciate Senator Raybould's example. You don't build a church for Easter Sunday. That was incredible. But it was also, it's a great analogy, and it's has a great memorable ring to it, but it does really get to the point of what I'm talking about. Talking about the canal, talking about sustainability, talking about return on investment. And, I talked on this bill last time and trying to get us to go back down to the economy model, the non-creaster version of the church, we'll say. Building the church, building the canal for everyday use, not for the big events. And it plays into this whole conversation about spending this money. Obviously, it fits in the sense that my amendment would have saved $125 million in the cash reserve. We're taking out $194 million out of the cash reserve. So, the cash reserve would be much closer to full or where it was, even if we did this, if we adopted my amendment. But to Senator Jacobson's point about our obligation to the taxpayers and giving, not charging them more than we need to, part of that's about sustainability. One of the ways that you don't charge the taxpayers more than you need is to not spend money you don't need to spend, and to spend the money that you do need to spend in the wisest way possible. And so that's the conversation I was attempting to engage in on the canal about building it at the 500 CFS as opposed to the 1,000 CFS. Saying building it what we need to do to claim our right to ensure that we get that water, building the reservoir to store that water so that we have it for those other uses, and getting all that value out of it. But not spending extra money to get the nice feature that we would like to have, but is not an absolute necessity to get to perfect our right. And if we approach everything that way, where we say, let's only spend the money we need, we absolutely have to, we would have more money, which then we can return to the taxpayers. And one of my thoughts I was, engaging in as I was thinking about the canal was, it's a lot easier, it's less painful to build the canal right now because we have the money. And I guess a rhetorical question, I'll just say to everybody here, is if we had to borrow the money to build the canal, would you be in favor of doing it? If we had to raise taxes to build the canal, would you be in favor of doing it? If at the expense of the tax cuts, instead of going to 3.99, they could only go to 4.99, would you be in favor of building the canal or building the bigger canal? That's the question that I think we need to think about. And that's the question that this amendment poses, because we are borrowing money from the cash reserve to do this. Borrowing money from the cash reserve to make sure that we can still get the tax cuts to the level that we're talking about. Borrowing money from the cash reserve so that we can build the canal. We're borrowing money from the cash reserve to build the prison. We're borrowing money from the cash reserve to give the property tax cuts to fund the Education Future Fund. Things that we may like to do, and that, but things that we have to borrow from our cash reserve to do. So that's the thought experiment. Are these things worth it if it was a little bit more painful, if you had to borrow the money to do it? Because we are transferring more money because it's not sustainable.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, Senator Raybould said, let's not build the church for Easter Sunday. Let's build it for every day. Let's be smart. Let's be conservative in our expenditures. Let's be conservative in our tax cuts. Let's be conservative in our planning for the future and making sure that we have money in the rainy day fund and not use it for the things that would be nice to have now, but we don't absolutely have to have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just wanted to finish up one of the conversations that I was having on the mic earlier with regard to AM 1729. So I understand this is all interconnected, and that's how we've gotten on taxes, and we've talked about income tax and property tax, and I know we're kind of in that conversation, but I want to refocus just a little bit on cash reserve, because that is what we're fundamentally talking about here. And I actually do think that Senator Moser did a good job of articulating, and again, I'm probably oversimplifying here, that what we're talking about is a transfer of funds to a certain extent, right? This is not an additional appropriation necessarily. We're talking about a transfer of funds from what is effectively our savings account, our rainy day fund, our emergency fund, cash reserve, whatever you want to call it, into our checking account, right? Our general funds, which is what we're supposed to be taking money out of. Now, what we've seen, I think, a lot of this year are concerns raised on the floor about the fact that we don't have enough money in the general funds. And so we're trying to move the money from the cash reserve into the general funds to make sure that we can cover all of the things that are being looked at this year with regard to appropriations and reductions in revenue into perpetuity. But the question, I think, should always be, is our cash reserve sustainable, and is our cash reserve at a rate that it needs to be at in the event of economic downturn? And so if we as a body agree that our cash reserve should only be touched in situations that are either something we absolutely need or in things that money that should be set aside for severe economic downturn. We should make sure that the health of the cash reserve is such that it's going to be something that can actually help us in the future. I do agree. We have a very large cash reserve right now. And that's part of why I think people have remained so optimistic about our financial health moving forward. And the current 1.6 billion-ish that you talk about is spectacular. I would respectfully disagree with Senator Jacobson's analysis that the reason that the cash reserve is what it's at is because we're overtaxing people. I do believe that at least a large chunk of why our cash reserve is so high right now is because of federal funding that we got essentially because of COVID. I think we're looking at $24 billion in federal stimulus that we had. And so, obviously, again, intelligent minds can disagree about how taxes operate and whether we're taxing too much. But the current massive amount of money that we're seeing in this influx, I do think, is somewhat artificially inflated by virtue of COVID and the federal stimulus funds that we had. And so what I think our real analysis has to be is that if we are in a situation of severe economic downturn, are we going to have enough to put us in a place where we are safe and secure as a state, and that doesn't result in us cutting services. A lot of people have talked at great length about the Education Future Fund. I think it's spectacular that we are committing state funds to education. But what I want to be absolutely certain of is that we don't tap into that in the future when we find ourselves in a situation that is an emergency because we don't have enough in our cash reserves. So looking back at the Great Recession, there's been studies done sort of across the country of how states had to tap into various different pockets to make things work during the Great Recession. And of the states that were analyzed, my understanding is that only 9% of states relied on rainy day funds and reserves, whereas the vast majority of trying to make ends meet during the Great Recession, 45% of it was spending cuts. And so what we've seen is the most recent massive economic downturn that really turned this country upside down resulted in a massive amount of spending cuts that probably go towards programs that we've made promises about.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And specifically promises to children when it comes to things like education. And so the fact that we have a robust rainy day fund should not give us carte blanche to then just get rid of it. I think we have to continue to maintain a sufficient amount in there. So I am opposed to AM 1729. I do believe that if we find ourselves in a situation where we need to inject more funds into our money on the floor to make ends meet, that we should be taking a better look at our appropriations, take a better look at our revenue cuts, and just make sure that we're working within our means rather than moving money over from our savings account into our checking account to make those ends meet. But again, I do appreciate the Appropriations Committee being transparent about this. I think Senator Linehan is correct that it's good that we can have a debate about it, that we can have this conversation. And I appreciate the opportunity to debate this here this afternoon and interject my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak, and this is your 3rd time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to AM 1729. I think, if we are so flush with cash, if we have such a robust balance sheet, then we don't even need to dip into our cash reserves. Cash reserves to me are something that is very sacred to your financial well-being, that you only dip into it one-time expenditures. And what we've committed to in this budget, they're not one-time commitments. We're talking about really right-sizing public education funding from on our hardworking taxpayers in their property tax bills, shifting it back to the state of Nebraska. That takes a lot of energy, financial sustainability to live up to that commitment. We're also looking at our community colleges and trying to take away that line item in your property tax bill and give it back to the state. That in itself is a huge commitment to live up to that financial obligation to our taxpayers. We hope there is some relief that we can see in the short term, but also in the long term, because public education funding, it should be a good chunk with our state of Nebraska. There's other equally transformative things that we're trying to do that are great, but we have to be mindful, can they be sustainable? There are some big ticket items that we're talking about that we might want to downsize. We talked about the Perkins Canal. Is there a better way than building another prison, another penitentiary? There has got to be a better way. Why can't we put that on pause and say, we're going to take a deep dive into the criminal justice reforms that have been documented and recommended and tailored to our state of Nebraska, that we actually should try to invest in those. And also, I really commend Senator Conrad, because she also talked about triggers. I'm big on triggers. If we think we're going to be able to deliver on our commitments and promises, then we should be able to say, hey, we may not get it right, but we're going to put in some triggers. And I've talked about them before, and I have 2 triggers, and they're pretty simple. One is just, we won't give any more tax cuts, corporate or individuals. It stops. If our general fund receipts are less than the previous year's net receipts, plus the increase of inflation on top of that, that's a pretty simple trigger. Like, whoop, we're not binding other senators to live up to these type of tax cuts that we have started since 2020 that are not delivering on what I consider a return on investment, increasing the number of corporations relocating to our state, or maybe an expansion of an existing corporation in our state, the job creation, et cetera. The other trigger that I have been proposing is that would stop all the tax cuts. Again, if the general fund net receipts must increase from the prior year's receipts by at least inflation on top of that, and the cash reserve must have at least 16% of general fund expenditures from the prior year, and it would also require you to look back 2 years. This is really just pretty basic common sense triggers that we should be implementing if we're so confident that our economic forecasting is going to get us to where we need to be in 2025, 2026.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we should be open-minded to that. Any business person out here knows that they have to come up with some triggers in their own company, particularly when you're trying to do forecasting. If you're going to miss those numbers, that's something that you should consider. The one thing I also want to talk about is what Senator Conrad talked about, the inequities in what we're seeing. An income tax, that's a pretty progressive tax. If you make more, you pay more. A sales tax is a very regressive tax. So if you have a certain income, you're paying more in taxes for that. I think we need to be mindful of that. And I'm also big, and I'll say it for maybe the 4th time on the mic today, what's our return on investment for these tax cuts, the individual tax cuts? I've talked about the economic multiplier effect, and when you give these type of great tax cuts, they're not the same as when you give benefits that Senator Kavanaugh had talked about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Clemens, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to just point out that the 610 million is not in the cash reserve right now. The 610 million is in the general funds, and the committee had in the bill previously, it did show a transfer, but that transfer is not done until this bill passes. So that transfer was an approximate number that I picked, and now we're revising that to 440 million. And the balance will stay in the general fund where it is now. And one other comment I'll have is in the budget process, the provider rates that we had were an $80 million total, which was a number that had not been in the preliminary from the governor, and this helps providers cover those rates also. But mainly, this isn't one-time money that is being pulled back. It's general fund dollars that we're changing the amount that we're transferring to the cash reserve. And I'm comfortable that we'll still have an adequate cash reserve. Historically, this is above what we've had for several years, and it's still sufficient and sustainable, in my opinion. And so I would appreciate everyone's green vote on AM 1729. And thank you, Mr. President.
The question before the body is the adoption of AM 1729. There's been a request for call the House. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record.
24 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, Frederickson, Day, Dover, Bostar, Vargas, Wayne, and Hunt, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. The House is under call. Senator Wayne, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. The question before the body is the adoption of AM 1729. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
31 ayes, 9 nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items. Raise the call.
Mr. President, amendments to be printed from Senator Kavanaugh to Michaela Kavanaugh to LB 552 and 531, as well as 754. Concerning LB 818, Mr. President, Senator Clements would move to amend with AM 1745.
Senator Clemens, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 1745 is a committee amendment. A cleanup amendment has 5 items. The first is regarding economic development, striking funding for a riverfront project, which was going to be in Norfolk. That funding is going to be done a different way. Number 2, with Game and Parks, we're striking transfers from the Game and Park fund, which was also going to be used for Norfolk and Lancaster County. Game and Parks indicated that we would be over appropriating the balance, so we're striking that transfer. And the third one is, again, Department of Economic Development for Lancaster County Agriculture Society that was coming out of Game and Parks and going through DED, and we're striking those transfers. Those are the first 3 items are all regarding Norfolk and Lancaster County provisions. On item 4, it's in Department of Education regarding the Education Future Fund. It is inserting some new language that we needed for reimbursements related to special education. And evidently there was the Education Future Fund does have special education language, but this says special education under section 79-1142 that we were told needed to be there, so we fulfill the purpose for the Education Future Fund. Item 5 is clarifying about organizations receiving grants from TANF funds to require that they hold a certificate of exemption under section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. And that's for if they are distributing food. Those are the items in AM 1745. I ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I have an update on the Human Rights Campaign letter. Per Senator Linehan's questions about what it meant on the pages where the company's names are listed that signed on to this letter, it says updated 5/4/2023. So I did not get this in an email. We went back and forth over the phone and text message for questions that I had about it. So I typed it up. I'm happy to send my typed up notes to everybody if that would be helpful. All businesses were asked to re-sign on to this letter for this legislative cycle. In signing on to the letter, the businesses agree to allow the Human Rights Campaign to choose what legislation was deemed harmful. The companies are aware that the letter is being used to engage on issues deemed harmful by the Human Rights Campaign. The updated date is the update of companies signed on. There was no change to the language of the letter from when they were asked to re-sign at the start of the legislative session up until May 4th, 2023. So yes, the original letter was drafted in 2020. No, it is not outdated. I hope that this answers all of the concerns about the validity of this letter. all of these companies are aware that their name is attached to this letter and that it is being used for the purpose that it is being used for. I would recommend further concerns be taken up directly with the companies in Nebraska. If you believe that they were somehow misled, I don't believe that the Human Rights Campaign would allow themselves to be opened up to something like that so vulnerably. It would cause them a lawsuit if they had done that. So I'm pretty sure that they made sure this was very buttoned up. They seem to think it was very buttoned up. They 100% stand behind the letter. They stand behind sending it to us. They stand behind standing it to the governor. It is accurate. It is real. It is valid. If you don't care, don't care. I'm not here to make you care, but it is a valid letter. It is a real letter with real companies, real CEOs signing onto it. So I think that there is a misunderstanding about why people would be upset by the accusation that it was anything else. There is a misinformation campaign clearly happening in this body. And it doesn't seem to matter how much the people of this state, the parents of this state, the medical professionals of this state, and now the business leaders of this state. It does not seem to matter how much they all say the same thing. The people within this body are doing everything that they can to undercut them and to malign them and to make it seem like this is false, disingenuous, that they were misled, that they were led astray. Colleagues, this is real.
1 minute.
This is real. This is accurate. This is up to date. The only thing about this that isn't up to date is that more companies may have signed on to this letter in the last 6 days. I hope that this answers any concerns or questions about the validity of the letter. I'm happy to discuss it further off the mic with anyone who would like. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question. I was hoping that Senator DeBoer would come back to the floor so I could ask that question, because I'm not sure Senator Clements will know the answer. No offense, Senator Clements, but it's my understanding that Senator DeBoer language. So the question that I am concerned about, and I kind of understand it, is on Amendment 1745, which at this time I think I support, and I definitely support the underlying bill. I'm looking at the last part of the amendment where it says on page 46, line 20, strike that provide food assistance. And we're talking about temporary assistance for needy families, which we talked about in another bill already. And insert holding a certificate of exemption under section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code that distributes food in 10 or more counties in Nebraska and qualify for the Emergency Food Assistance Program administered by the United States Department of Ag. So it's my understanding that it's pertaining to the 2 biggest food pantries. But the concern that I have is, are we eliminating the other food pantries? Or is it because they just don't qualify under this part of the USDA funds that are administered? So I'm just a little fuzzy on what we're trying to do here with this language. And I'm hoping where there's Senator DeBoer is that she can hear me and that she'll come and explain this before we vote on it, because I'm not willing to vote on this until I find out. Here she comes. Senator DeBoer, can Senator DeBoer please yield to a question?
Senator DeBoer, will you yield to a question?
Yes. Senator DeBoer, did you hear all that?
No.
All right. So you're part of the amendment where you're asking them to take out that provide food assistance, and you're asking them to put in basically the explanation plus distribute food in 10 or more counties in Nebraska. Why are we amending this for the bigger food pantries and eliminating the smaller food pantries, or did it ever really apply to those pantries?
So there's a difference between a food pantry and a food bank.
Okay.
So a food bank is the larger organization. The pantry is the smaller organization. The banks buy the food banks buy the food in bulk, therefore they get it cheaper, and the pantries are the recipients of that. So what we want to do is get at the food banks to get the highest efficiency for our dollar, and then they distribute to the food pantries. It's not just the food banks, because there's also a Catholic group that does it as well, but these large groups that exist in large swaths of our state, and in fact cover our whole state between the two food banks. I apologize, I'm not really familiar with which counties the Catholic charities are in, but they are the large areas. They then distribute to the individual pantries. So the individual pantries are not going to be able to receive money from us. That would be a whole logistical nightmare anyway. This is for buying food in the large banks.
What about the food banks as we go out further west? Are there none that serve that county area?
No, the Food Bank of the Heartland serves all of Nebraska except the area around Lincoln, which the Food Bank of Lincoln does.
Okay. I just want to make sure no one's getting screwed.
Nobody's getting screwed.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Senator DeBoer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator DeBoer. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up a little bit on what Senator Kavanaugh was saying with an update. I appreciate her giving us some clarification on the letter. And I also spoke with Nicole Poindexter, who is listed on the front on that letter as being the Associate Regional Campaign Director for the Human Rights Campaign. She and I corresponded as well. And I think it's important to also point out that she said that there is a legal process that businesses have to go through in signing on to the letter. And additionally, as Senator Kavanaugh pointed out, they have to re-sign on to the letter every legislative cycle. So the businesses that are listed in that letter recently made the decision to re-sign on. And lastly, she said that even as recent as yesterday, she consulted with their legal department to ensure that the specific legislation that has been introduced here in Nebraska, 574 and 575, was on the list of legislation that they opposed. She wanted to make sure that it was specific to the legislation that we have here in Nebraska. So yes, the businesses recently signed on, and it is specific to the legislation that's being introduced here in the state, though it is sent out in a broader method to encompass all states and all legislation and all businesses. They are also aware of the specific legislation that is being introduced here, again, as recently as yesterday. And they have stated that the businesses that have signed on oppose the legislation. So again, businesses like Apple, General Motors, IBM, Johnson & Johnson, Microsoft, United Airlines, and then more specific Nebraska businesses like Union Pacific, Amazon, Cargill, Kellogg, Google, and US Bank are all listed on the letter specifically stating that they oppose the legislation, LB 574, that's introduced here. So just for clarification, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so grateful that Senator Kavanaugh admitted that I was right, and the language that was in the letter was from that 2020 draft EP signed on in 2021, according to their comments from the Omaha World Herald. So I'm grateful for Senator Kavanaugh for correcting her mistake on the mic, and I'm grateful and hopeful that we can return to debate on LB 818 and our state's overall budget, which deals with billions of dollars in taxpayer money, and get back to the real issues facing Nebraskans. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Surmising there was some chain of events that happened when I was off the floor today, and that might be in relation to Senator Slama's commentary there and Senator Day. So I definitely need to get some more details on that to catch up, I guess. But in regards to this specific amendment, I definitely just wanted to check in with Senator DeBoer if she was available to yield to a question. There she is coming in. Again, colleagues, while she takes her place at the mic, I think that there is widespread support for the excellent good work that our food banks and our food pantries do all across the state. They are filled with loving, caring people who help families put food on the table, literally, that run backpack programs, that are there to help meet unmet needs for people in our metro cities and in rural Nebraska. So I think there's widespread support for their incredible good works. But I do just want to make sure for consistency purposes to clarify with Senator DeBoer, if she would so yield. Senator DeBoer, I'm looking at the amendment and the reference back to the underlying legislation, and I just wanted to clarify, this is part of your ongoing work, and I know you've done it with ARPA funds and otherwise, but this measure that you're bringing forward, it has some technical corrections, I think, in 1745, but it still does draw down the TANF rainy day funds. Is that right? If you would so.
Senator DeBoer, will you yield to her question?
Yes. So it's correct that this is just technical language. Actually, this is just harmonizing language in this bill to make sure that it harmonizes with the other one. But it does use TANF rainy day funds, which is an acceptable use of TANF rainy day funds. Understand we disagree about that a little bit, about whether or not it although it's acceptable use, whether or not that's the best use, some people disagree. But yeah.
Okay, no, I appreciate your candor. I just wanted to make sure as I was checking the amendment back to the underlying bill that I had a clear understanding there. And then Senator DeBoer, is it your understanding that this proposal will require a waiver from the federal government to utilize these funds for these purposes?
No, I think that this is one of the acceptable uses. That's my understanding, that they will have to do paperwork demonstrating who's getting it in what case and why, to make sure that it is within those things. Some of the money that, or some of the food that the food banks provide goes to different groups of people. And this would just have to demonstrate that it was going to the correct group of people.
Okay, thank you, Senator DeBoer. I definitely appreciate your candor and clarification. Colleagues, I am going to be voting against the amendment because of my concerns about fidelity and utilization of the TANF reserve funds. I applaud the good work of the food banks, and I know Senator DeBoer and others have worked hard to bring a lot of leadership to food security issues in Nebraska. My concern is just with the technical aspects related to the TANF rainy day funds. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator DeBoer.
Thank you, Senator Conrad and Senator DeBoer. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I have an answer to that question. It would require approval. I checked with the fiscal analyst. It would require a pre-approval from the federal government to be utilized. So it's not quite the same thing as a waiver. Waiver would be a little bit different, but it does require approval. I thank you to Senator Slama for, I had missed this part of the article in the World Herald. I was more focused on the letter itself, but the part where Union Pacific had released a statement. I think, though, it is important to share their statement, at least as it is in this article, in full. which was not previously done. Union Pacific signed on to the Human Rights Campaign's, HRC's, business statement on anti-LGBTQ state legislation in 2021 and has a long-standing public record of supporting our LGBTQ employees and community, including membership in Nebraska Competes and our 100% rating from the HRC Foundation's Corporate Equity Index. So what they didn't state, or wasn't reported that they stated, whether they did or not, is that they had to re-sign on to it at the start of this legislative session. So they initially signed on to it in 2021. What we have now found out from the Human Rights Campaign is that they re-upped their support, and they are maintaining their support. And I just, for whatever reason, we're trying to discount the support of these companies. It's there, it's real. And I think providing clarity that it's there and it's real is important, because it does seem to be that people are trying to undercut it on the floor here. So going back to the amendment, AM 1745, I very much believe that we should be supporting our food banks. I think that we should be doing everything we can to ensure that we are getting food and resources to people in communities across the state. And it should be general funds. This should not be a TANF expense. And it's disappointing that the Appropriations Committee chose to do it this way, because we all know that there's money to do this through the general funds, and we should be doing it through the general funds. So I probably won't be voting for this amendment either. We seem to be going out of our way to not help the people most in need. And when I say this, I am not speaking about Senator DeBoer. She is going out of her way to help the people most in need. But collectively, we are refusing to do anything about TANF eligibility. We are refusing to do anything about TANF payments and amounts. We are forcing the body to fight for food for kids, food in schools, food pantries, food SNAP eligibility, food for SNAP for convicted drug felons. We are just making poverty a crime.
1 minute.
And we are dripping in money, dripping in it. And instead of using it to support people in poverty who need it the most, we're doing tax cuts and we're pilfering funds like TANF so that we can afford to do tax cuts while also patting ourselves on the back saying we did something for people in poverty, when the reality is that we stole from people in poverty to do that thing. Colleagues, this is not a good way to do policy. And I know that because this isn't how we did policy before this year. We didn't raid TANF rainy day funds. We didn't raid behavioral health aid.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Halloran, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, much has been said about the Human Rights Campaign, and it's an interesting dialogue, but it's laced with a little bit of hypocrisy. It didn't take me long to search through this list. By the way, I think only one company on this list is headquartered in Nebraska. Nobody else. But going through this list in a quick Google search, to find out how many of these companies are doing manufacturing using slave labor in China, the Uyghurs, a Muslim sect, putting them in education re-education camps, which I would suppose maybe some in this body might agree that others in this body should go to here in this country, but re-education camps enslaving them to manufacture products to sell in the United States. We do not need to be lectured by these companies who are abusing people in a slave-like manner on how we should do legislation protecting our children in this state. Let me go through a list, short list, 17 of them. Abercrombie and Fitch, Apple, look at the phone you have. Ben & Jerry's homemade ice cream. Now, Gap Inc., General Motors, Google, H&M, Hitachi, Vantari, HP Inc., Intel, Mars North America, Microsoft, Nestle USA, Nike Inc. Now, how many Nike shoes you got? Simmons Corporation, Sony, Victoria's Secret. I'm not going to ask how many people here buy from Victoria's Secret, but the point I'm making here is these companies have no business lecturing us and being held up in high esteem when they are forcing people, slave labor, to produce stuff so they can sell here cheaply. I've had enough of this human rights campaign. It's hypocritical. It's woke progressive companies. I do not have to listen to it. The Nebraska Legislature does not have to listen to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Heller. And Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Halloran, I don't think you should listen to it. I was just stating the timeline and the validity and the reality that these companies signed on to it. I agree. I don't like these companies. A lot of these companies are not great. You don't have to care, or you can care. And I don't think that they're berating you. I think that it is a clear statement of their views on this type of policy and how it impacts their ability to do business, and that they're not going to come to states that are impacting their ability to do business. And I don't think that they're being altruistic at all. Like you said, they're very problematic for a variety of reasons. I think that they are saying this because it impacts their bottom line. It impacts their ability to have employees. It impacts their ability to work in a certain state because they can't get people to move there. I don't think they're altruistic, not at all. I'm just saying it's real and it's valid. And I really don't think you need to care. If you don't care, that's fine. For some reason, it seems to have hit a nerve in the body. This letter seems to have hit a nerve in the body, and there seems to be an effort to subvert the reality of the letter. You don't have to care. Not a single person in here has to care at all about this letter. I think it illustrates an important thing about the conversation, and I think it is important to take that into consideration if you are business-minded, if you care about economic development in Nebraska. That's my opinion. That's one woman's opinion. It doesn't need to be anybody else's opinion. I think it's a powerful statement, but I also think that it's coming from people who aren't great, but they do care about their bottom line clearly, or they wouldn't have issued the statement. They wouldn't have signed on to the letter, because if they thought that signing on to the letter was bad for business, they never would have done it, because that's how businesses are. They don't do things that are bad for business. They do things that are good for business. And they signed on to these letters because it's good for business. It's not altruistic at all. You're right. It's good for business. And what they're telling us is that this kind of legislation is bad for business. Care or don't care, that's up to you. I think it's an important argument. I'm not a huge friend of the large corporate America business community, not really at all. They probably really greatly dislike me. That's fine too. But I do care about economic development in our state. I do care about the future of our state. And that's why something like this is impactful for me. It's really impactful for me to see 300 corporations stand up in this way. It doesn't have to be impactful for you. So I'm sorry if there was a misunderstanding that you had to care. You don't. You certainly don't. I don't expect you to. I don't expect most people to. I just find it very odd that people are trying to make it seem like this isn't a valid statement from 300 companies. It is a valid statement from 300 companies.
1 minute.
And undermining that is unbecoming of this body. So there you have it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Halloran, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Well, I will agree with Senator Michaela Kavanaugh on one point. She doesn't like 14-year-olds working in a meat packing plant. Neither do I. Okay? She missed the point completely. I don't think Senator Michaela Kavanaugh is for slavery of children, manufacturing products. The point is their credibility is lost on us. If they're lecturing us on wokeness, on what we should do in this state in regard to protecting our children in this state, it's trash. It's not that she missed the point completely, and I'm not totally surprised at that. She has an agenda, and that's fine. I guess we all do. But my agenda is not listening to companies that slave labor their children or other religious sects in order to produce products cheaply. Michaela Kavanaugh said, well, they're worried about their bottom line. In fact, that's what people that engage in slave labor do worry about. And we buy some of their products. And now we're supposed to listen to them. No, I'm not going to. You all can choose to decide what you want to do, but it's a human rights issue that these companies are abusing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I just don't want everyone to forget in the conversation about the larger letter from the Human Rights Campaign that we also just, I believe, a week prior to this letter being sent out to the press, we had over 100 local Nebraska businesses who do not utilize slave labor to produce products who said the exact same thing. So if we're going to pick and choose what businesses we're going to listen to based on who uses slave labor and who doesn't, I've got a whole list of about 115 businesses that agree with the corporations that signed onto the HRC letter that don't use slave labor that you could listen to. Again, no one is missing the point here. The point is that we have conversations, especially when we talk about the budget, or we talked about Senator Hansen's amendment, or we want to talk about supporting economic growth and creating job opportunities and creating a good financial environment for businesses to thrive and for families to grow and for families to live. We want to talk about tax incentives and corporate welfare, essentially. We got to attract businesses into the state. When it comes to taxes and incentives, but when they tell us that the social policies that we're implementing are pushing them away, we don't care. So if we want to talk about hypocrisy, y'all will vote for a tax cut for the largest corporations in the state because it's going to attract businesses, or because it's going to allow them to hire more workers and create more jobs. And then that exact same business can sign a letter saying, don't vote for this bill. And you guys would be like, well, I don't need to listen to you, because that's the point. Listen or don't listen. But don't tell me that you want to pass tax incentives and business-friendly legislation when you turn around and do the opposite. That's the point. Listen or don't listen. I don't care. We know it doesn't matter. I mean, again, I know that there is a large handful of you in here who, it doesn't matter who would sign on to a letter. It doesn't matter how many times they could tell you. It's not going to matter. And I'm venturing to guess, Senator Halloran, it wouldn't matter what anybody said to you or who came to you and talked to you about it. You would still vote for 574, which is your right to do. You don't have to listen to the businesses. But we gloss over the reality of what's going on in here. And we're not consistent. Don't talk about business-friendly legislation when businesses, hundreds and hundreds of them that are located here in the state of Nebraska, are telling you this is not business-friendly legislation, and then you're going to vote for it. It's BS, and we all know it. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Fellow senators, friends all, I believe I stand in support of the amendment, and I most definitely stand in support of the underlying bill, but what a bunch of malarkey is being said on the mic today. I am going to ask my peers to please stop using a word. Please stop using the word woke. It is the dumbest word ever. I'm not saying that you're stupid. I'm saying the word is stupid, because traditionally it's just used to green light prejudice, and I certainly don't want to think of my peers in that fashion. So don't use it. I won't use it. You don't use it. It's dumb. Let's not start pointing fingers and talking about hypocrisy. Because if you know me, and I know you do, you know that I keep lots and lots of notes on the hypocrisy in this body in case I need them in the future. You passed a bill giving the green light, I use that term twice now in this 5 minutes, to allow Boy Scouts carte blanche to schools, which is fine. I support the Boy Scouts. I was a scout leader. My son was a scout. My brothers were scouts. But you remember, they had 96,000 cases of sexual assault that they were accused of. And unfortunately, Senator Halloran, you and I are Catholic, and we know what happened in the Catholic Church. You can't keep pointing fingers about hypocrisy and look the other way on other types of hypocrisy. We greenlighted Senator Bostar's bill. You do know that last year our governor's office had war criminals there, right? From Kenya. Was I the only person that seemed to notice that? When they had William Ruto here in Nebraska, the person responsible for post-election violence causing thousands of deaths, the displacement of over 500,000 people, not to mention hundreds of victims of sexual assault. And we had that person in the governor's office. My list is long, and I'm not going to do it because I'm not here to anger people, not the word I was going to use, to anger people. Just knock it off. Stop using dumb words like woke. Stop trying to figure out who's the biggest hypocrite in the room. And I'm not just talking about this side of the room or that side of the room. We're making progress. Let's move forward. I understand why people are angry. I understand that tempers were lost. But there is enough hypocrisy to go around in this building for us to have a whole session on it. And if we're going to start doing that, I'll start pulling out my notebooks and we'll start talking about 7 years of hypocrisy. And I am happy to do that. There's a reason I track all of that, because you never know when you're going to need it. I've been waiting to talk about this one all year. It was time to pull it out. You can't point fingers and say people are hypocrites when you're doing it yourself. And I'm sure I'm guilty of it too, by the way. That's just our nature. That's human nature. We like what we like. We don't like what we don't like. And I'm sorry I raised my voice, by the way. I try not to yell. But can we please get back to taxes, get back to the budget, get back to moving forward and getting stuff done, and quit picking fights with each other? That would make me really happy. Not that you guys really want to make me happy, but I'm a lot nicer when I'm happy. I know you guys all are too. But seriously, be careful when you start pointing fingers and calling people hypocrites, because there's a lot of people in here that have voted for bills that have a lot of baggage attached to them. And we've had a lot of things happen in this building right in front of our faces that no one seemed to ever notice, that are some pretty bad things, and having more criminals I would put at the top of my list. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Colleagues, we will now stand at ease until 6 p.m.